Yo, what's up, everyone? Wake up call with Justin. We're running a little behind today. I'm not gonna lie, but I thought, you know, better late than never. You know what I'm saying? Like I'd rather come on than not come on at all, I guess, in a sense. Camera's having a hard time autofocusing right now. I don't know why. What is up? What is up? It is 10:29:25. I'm Justin with your wake up call here on YouTube. Like I said, we're running a little behind today, but that's fine. Rather be uh live right now and on air streaming than not be on at all. So at least we're here, we're live. Um, I kind of want to take just this thing in a well, not in a different direction, but like I realized I was kind of putting myself in like a I was kind of putting myself in a corner because I was only focusing on like one side of things, and like for me, it's like I wanted to be able to stream and do whatever I want to do, and I kind of put myself in a corner when I was doing the whole political, religious thing. It kind of puts you in a corner, puts myself in a corner. So I like to stream it all. Sometimes I want to react to a funny video. Sometimes I want to watch stuff that isn't political or isn't super religious or super heavy in that kind of context and nature, even though that is like who I am and what I do enjoy. I do enjoy it. So, I mean, we will still we'll still have the moments when where like I put on those kind of things and we watch and we watch those kind of things just because that's still who I am and what I like to do. So those will still come, just probably not as far as few, I guess, really, like it was. I do want to do some games and stuff like that. 'Cause I do enjoy doing those things, like I do like being serious, but also, like I said, I want to react to like funny things and do things. I don't want to always have to be like serious, serious type thing and stuff like that. So the camera's having a hard time focusing on me today for some reason. I don't know why, but it is. Um, so yeah, I kind of just changed it to wake up call with Justin, just for the fact, like I said, I'm kind of like I'm still gonna do like the whole, you know, ow, I got shot. I'm still gonna do like the whole religious political thing, just not as heavy, I guess, as I once was. I mean, we'll still do it, but it won't be as heavy 'cause I still, like I said, I want to react to other videos and do other things on stream and put myself in a box because this used to be, um, J Boogie streams, and I changed it to Wake Up Call with Justin, where it's going to be like more just like a morning show. Where it's going to be like a morning show, like feel good type funny thing, and have its moments. Just because, like, people do need a little bit of of escapism and to get away from the problems that are facing them and what they're going through. So people do deserve to like get away from things for a little bit, no matter what it may be, and hopefully I can help you get away for a little bit and forget about your problems. Because at the end of the day, too, it's like I'm not trying to, you know, like I said, um, I'm not trying to try and put fear in people. I'm not trying to put fear into people. I'm not trying to lead people astray. When you get like heavy into the religious, political stuff, I don't want to put fear in anyone, and I don't want to leave anyone astray or nothing like that. So I think too, it's like that is the forbidden knowledge and like the forbidden fruit that's talked about in the Adam and Eve and the bite from the apple is like the teaching and knowledge that doesn't come from the creator itself. That would be forbidden fruit in general. So like philosophy, philosophy. It's like someone was here. Hold on a second. It sounds like someone's here real quick. Hold on. Let me make sure. No, no one's here. Weird. It sounded like someone was here. That was strange. I did. It sounded like someone. It sounded like someone's in my house walking around. Who could it be now? Do 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 do. There was no one though. But like I said, like I believe uh, philosophy, philosophy, and those who like preach about life and don't read from the good book or the Bible or Christ or the Creator, or whatever, is kind of like false teaching and false prophecy type thing. So that's why I'm not trying to I'm not really trying to do that. So I kind of just took a step back and just gonna do what I want to do and kind of stream what I want to stream and not so heavily on the political, religious aspect of things. Because there's some things I like to watch and do. But yeah, I believe that is like the forbidden fruit and the forbidden knowledge is like those kind of things that doesn't come from the creator or the good book that kind of leads you astray. But that's just what like I said, what I think and what I believe, and I don't expect anyone to follow me or do as I say or whatever. Take it as you want. But I'm here. I want to stream. I want to just do what I want to do. Really, I don't feel like being put in a box and having to stream certain kind of content or certain kind of things. I want to kind of like watch it all and do it all and be part of it all. 'Cause I got, I've experienced life. I've done things. I'm definitely not previous to things in life. I've definitely experienced a lot and been through a lot. So it's just a Miller. It's just a Miller. It's not even a beer. What we're gonna do today? I know we're gonna watch. I want to watch a couple of videos on stream. Probably react to some videos. Then um, we'll probably jump into straight into some gameplay. I'll probably play some Battlefield 6, and then maybe this Frank Stone game, and see kind of just relax for a little bit, and maybe put a horror game on. Cause it is Halloween time. It is spooky season. It's October, baby. It's getting colder out. The trees are changing pretty colors. The sun's still out. It's my favorite time of year. Sweatpants, shorts, and hoodies. I love it. Hopefully it lasts for a little bit. This month went by pretty quickly. It's hard to believe it's almost November already in the holiday season. Time went by so quick this October, September. It's actually pretty wild how fast it all went. Um, if just in the blink of an eye, man. In the blink of an eye, time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Um, yeah, so let's see what we can find here to react to on the good old YouTubeism. Excuse me. Holy cow.
Appropriated. Democrats and Republicans working together to appropriate.
The Democratic leader.
In a few minutes, my good colleague from New Mexico, Senator Lujan, will be offering a unanimous consent request. And I want to thank him for his extraordinary leadership on the issue of SNAP, leading the way on an urgent issue for millions of Americans.
Snap, baby.
Now, right now, we're facing down two crises at once, a healthcare crisis and a hunger crisis. And both are caused by and intensified by one man and one man only, Donald Trump.
Come on,
We're
man.
now 3 days away from open enrollment. And now, for the first time in history,
They're still blaming him, huh?
President is
That's so
refusing
crazy to
fund
me, dude.
SNAP during a shutdown. 42 million Americans, young children who need food, veterans
They're still blaming him. That's
who
so
might have
crazy.
PTSD and need help, senior citizens who rely on SNAP to help feed themselves, and so many others, people who are out of work because they lost their jobs through no fault of their own, need SNAP. And why are we not doing it? Not because the money's gone. It's there.
Show me the
Not because
monies.
it's not permitted. It's legal.
Oh,
But
we gotta do
because
the daily
Donald
devotional
Trump
too
ordered
today.
it stopped. It falls on his shoulders. Let's be clear. This does not need to happen. Never before, under any president, Republican or Democrat, has SNAP been cut off during a shutdown. We're not talking about it. We're talking with the shutdown. We all know our position. We need a negotiation. But this SNAP doesn't have to happen in any case, and only because Donald Trump is doing it and the Republican leadership goes along.
It's crazy. They're
with
still
Donald
just blaming him solely and no
Let
one
SNAP
else. That's crazy to me.
expire. Trump did this once before. In 2019, he funded SNAP during his last shutdown. Back then, Trump kept SNAP funded. This time, he's deliberately pulling the plug, even though in September he said he would fund it and could fund it, independent of any shutdown.
Well, why is he pulling the plug this time around, huh?
Trump is weaponizing hunger. He's using kids and parents as pawns. Donald Trump is a vindictive politician and a heartless man. Just a few weeks ago, Trump's own USDA confirmed it had $6 billion in emergency funds to keep food and aid flowing. When asked about SNAP, Trump assured everyone it will be fine. He said it. Then suddenly
That's
Friday,
crazy. They
Trump
call like
ordered
this guy has
USDA
ended
to
like
delete.
hold on. Donald Trump has ended so many wars, and for them to like say that is just crazy to me. To be like he doesn't care, like he's such a horrible person after he ended all these wars. It's like, dude, are you guys like? It's wild. I don't get it.
Eat the plan, take it off their website, and refuse to use the money. No reason, no explanation, just cruelty. 2/3 of SNAP recipients are kids, seniors, or people with disabilities. That's who Trump is cutting off.
But that's not a fair assessment. Obviously, because it's like those are the people that need the benefits. So it's like obviously they're the ones on it because they're the ones that need it. So that's not like I don't know. That's a
Seniors on fixed incomes, veterans trying to get by, families trying to get groceries. That's the real-world consequence of Trump's decision. And while he's manufacturing two crises here at home, where's his focus? Overseas, on a ballroom, on sending $40 billion to Argentina. There's money for Argentina, but not for SNAP. And the Argentina money far exceeds the money needed for SNAP for at least a whole month. Every president before him, Democrat and Republican, has used the same funds to keep families fed. Trump could fix this today with one stroke of his pen. We don't have to wait. We don't have to discuss. We don't have to deliberate. Let's be clear. Republicans have been on a crusade against SNAP all year. They
This is
slashed
today, by the
by
way.
a historic $200
This happened
billion
today.
this summer in their so-called big
October
beautiful
29th.
bill
It says it right there up
to pay
top.
for tax cuts for billionaires, and now they're doubling down,
Oh come on,
using
dude.
this shutdown to devastate families and leave kids hungry.
So crazy,
It's
bro.
heartless, it's cynical, and it's wrong. Well, Senate Democrats are not waiting, and that's why I'm so grateful for Senator Lujan. In a few minutes, we'll force a vote to avert this avoidable crisis. I think Senator Lujan, I thank him for championing the Keep SNAP and WIC-funded Act, which will make sure that 42 million Americans don't lose their benefits. It will make sure 7 million moms and babies.
It's all just for
aren't
show, I'm
left
telling you, man.
behind. It's simple, it's moral, it's urgent. And if the other
They
side
get it
wouldn't
passed?
block it, I bet you it would pass overwhelmingly. And there's another bill by Senator Hawley, Republican, conservative. I believe it has 11 Republican co-sponsors already. So it's another bill that could pass. It doesn't have WIC, but it does SNAP. Democrats are ready to do what every president in American history has done, except for Trump, avert this problem. We're willing to work with anyone to get this bill on the floor and stop this cruelty. But right now, unfortunately, Senate Republicans, frozen, paralyzed by fear or cynicism, while enabling Trump to use millions of hungry Americans as political hostages. Senate Republicans should let this bill pass, and I yield to Senator Lujan for unanimous consent request.
The senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, I rise today to ask my colleagues to pass my Keep SNAP and WIC-funded Act of 2025, which has the backing.
Are they going to
of
keep it, though, is the question.
The entire Democratic caucus, the Democratic members of this Senate. Now, we all know access to food is a human right. It's that simple. And we're all fortunate,
And keep that going, something that results from their shutdown. So are they making plans to end the shutdown and reopen the government? Nope. They're going to propose a bill to fund food stamps during their shutdown. Mr. President, this request is a transparent admission that Democrats want to keep the shutdown for what? Another month? Longer? This bill is a cynical attempt to provide political cover for Democrats to allow them to carry on their government shutdown for the long term.
I don't know about that.
I'll point out
So every text that a sitting senator received, every text that a sitting senator sent, every voicemail.
Just good afternoon, everybody. A little bit of history before I get to what we're releasing today. I started the investigation into Arctic Frost, July 2022, based on whistleblower disclosures. Based on these disclosures, we know that weaponized taxpayer-funded agents and prosecutors advanced the investigation. As Arctic Frost advanced, 92 Republican organizations or individuals were targeted, not just Trump. And they were added to its scope. And author of that targeting list was Special Agent Walter Giardino. He's the same weaponized agent who was involved in other cases against Republicans, including Peter Navarro. We've learned Jack Smith secretly obtained phone record data from at least 8 senators and 1 congressman. I've recently been informed by Verizon that at least 11 members with Verizon accounts were affected. That includes a hard line
That's crazy.
for Senator Cruz's office,
Damn.
and a staffer's cell phone for former Senator Loeffler. AT&T informed me they challenged the legal basis for Jack Smith's efforts, and Smith backed down. So today, we're making public new records that I've obtained through legally protected whistleblower disclosures. 197 subpoenas were issued by Jack Smith and his team. These subpoenas were issued to 34 individuals and 163 businesses, including financial institutions. And one of the points of contact on many of these subpoenas was that person I previously named Special Agent Walter Giardino. The subpoena requested records and communications related to over 430 individual and organizations. All of them appear to be aimed at Republicans. A subpoena to Event Strategies requested records relating to Turning Point USA and the Republican Attorney General's Association. One subpoena to Apple sought records relating to Trump and the January 6th prison choir. Earlier this year, I obtained emails between and among J.P. Cooney, one of Jack Smith's prosecutors. That email exchange was March 2023 about a partisan news article on January 6th, and this is what Cooney said in the email.
What's the point of this?
Can we do some work to nail down Trump's role in this, perhaps with the same process on Ed Henry's LLC, end quote. Just the next month, April 2023.
What is this?
Jack Smith and his team subpoenaed Apple for records
I don't get it.
relating
Like, what's
to
the
the
point?
very issue.
There is precisely zero evidence for 430 Republican entities. Arctic frost is Joe Biden's Watergate. Merrick Garland was a fundamentally corrupt attorney general. Jack
Damn.
Smith was a fundamentally corrupt prosecutor. This was a political enemies list from the beginning. 197 subpoenas.
Damn.
For 430 Republican entities
Wow.
and individuals.
That's crazy. That's a lot, dude.
That is an absolute and egregious abuse of power.
I agree with
The
that.
Biden Justice Department signed off on issuing subpoenas for the phone records of at least 9 U.S. senators. 20% of the Republicans in the United States Senate
We're
were the
spying.
target of this fishing expedition. They did so in complete contravention of the Constitution, of separation of powers,
That's a lot.
of the speech and debate clause, of free speech, of basic rights of privacy. This is an executive who believes it is justified spying on their opponents in the legislature because they convince themselves the ends justify the means. I want to talk to you about one of those subpoenas. One of those subpoenas went from Jack Smith to AT&T, seeking my cell phone communications. It went to AT&T, and I actually want to commend AT&T for doing the right thing. AT&T is based in Texas. AT&T looked at that subpoena, and they went to their legal counsel, and they said, what should we do with that subpoena? And their legal counsel said, you cannot comply because this is protected by the speech and debate clause of the U.S. Constitution. And so AT&T declined to comply, did not hand over my cell phone records.
Wow.
Now, one
You got
might
lucky,
ask,
though.
ordinarily, a phone company being asked to hand over the phone records of a sitting senator would notify that senator. Well, there was a reason AT&T did not do so. Accompanying the subpoena was an order, which I have in my hand right here, an order that was signed by Judge James E. Boasberg. Now, who is Boasberg? Boasberg is that radical leftist judge who is out of control, who has been issuing nationwide injunctions, one after the other, trying to stop President Trump from carrying out his mandate from the voters.
Wow.
Judge Boasberg issued an order to the to AT&T and signed that order prohibiting AT&T from informing me of this subpoena for at least 1 year. And Judge Boasberg gave the basis for that order, and I'm going to quote from the order Judge Boasberg signed. The court finds reasonable grounds to believe that such disclosure will result in destruction of or tampering with evidence, intimidation of potential witnesses, and serious jeopardy to the investigation. That's an order a judge signed. Now, I can tell you right now, there is precisely zero evidence to conclude that I am likely to destroy or tamper with evidence or to intimidate potential witnesses.
That's crazy.
Zero evidentiary basis for that. This order is an abuse of power. This order is a weaponized legal system.
I agree.
My assumption, we don't have the subpoenas that were issued for the other senators, but my assumption is Judge Boasberg printed these things out
And then sign them.
like the placemats at Denny's, one after the other. We don't know that for a fact, but I feel confident that he concluded it's likely that Lindsey Graham would destroy evidence, and Marsha Blackburn would destroy evidence, and Eric Schmidt would destroy evidence, and Chuck Grassley would destroy evidence. If a litigant makes a claim for which there is no factual basis, that litigant is subject to sanctions in federal court. And if a judge signs an order reaching a factual conclusion for which there is zero evidence whatsoever, that judge is abusing his power. I am right now calling on the House of Representatives to impeach Judge Boasberg.
Wow.
Judge Boasberg put his robe down, stood up and said, sign me up to be part of the partisan vendetta against 20% of the Republicans in the Senate. That is a dereliction of duty and a violation of the judicial oath. And I want to thank Chairman Grassley and Chairman Johnson for pursuing this tenaciously like a dog on a bone. We are going to get the answers of every person who signed off on this abuse of power, and mark my words, there will be accountability for these zealots who wanted to corrupt the Department of Justice.
He's pissed.
And corrupt the judiciary in order to try to attack their enemies list. That is unconstitutional, it is immoral, and it is wrong. Senator Kennedy.
I'm next.
$415 views on my short. How you like that, huh? Not bad, not bad. Let's go.
I don't know, from already inside the post zone 50 miles to build the platform.
Is it August 1940?
Possibility, because
Is it?
So, you know, I remember.
We have the.
Y'all, welcome back to the channel. Thank you. The Midway. That they did it from the canal open. We have the British.
Just so that everybody.
Are you, what do the vast majority
Be still.
So there was a.
In 1944, Uncle Carl wrote, "It is impossible to establish a full range of..."
That all these disparate groups from different times.
What's going on, you guys? Today.
I forget how many. I have a lot of subscriptions. Like a lot. Oh no, read it this morning. I'm trying to figure out reeling in the years. Hmm. Kitchen magic? Hmm. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. So the bread blocks the onion? I don't get it. Like, what does the bread do in that? What's this?
So here we go, folks. Here we go. Amazon managers machine, right?
Yeah, I saw this.
Remember the Matrix movies?
Remember the midget. Truth can change your life. Fail for you, dumb money live.
Let's go. Hey. Hey.
Hey.
Dude, I'd be holy. Let's see.
Hey.
And it
Got.
No.
What if I told?
Your film is
Ken Jennings, the most win.
Hey. I need
After 7.
This might.
You know,
The 9/11 Commission failed to fulfill.
My name is.
The 9/11.
It was a memo
My name is Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. I'm running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois.
Hi, is this?
Oh, okay.
Today we're in.
That means.
Just so that everybody can get the lay of the land, so snap.
Don't use our military.
Get rich, stay quiet.
I grabbed it.
Empires rise.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is officially day.
The way that prisons are set up in our society, I would argue that the way that prisons are set up in our society, I would argue that they do not work. They do not make us safer. The instinct is to just take that person, the source of that harm, the source of that issue, and then just throw them away. Put them in a cage and throw away the key. And that doesn't address the reason why that harm was created in the first place. A lot of times, people who create trauma for others are those who themselves went through trauma earlier in their own lives.
Right.
And I bring all of this up to say that, you know, again, like when we talk about policing, I don't think the system actually makes us safer. I think what it does is it just removes problems out of view.
I was at the press conference yesterday. They said, "Can you tell us who your aunt is, who you were referring to?" I said, "Yes, this is my aunt. This is my Zera Fui. This is my father's cousin, and this was her story."
So how can you convince New Yorkers if that is the type of person that you are, in other words, that you don't tell the truth?
Well, it's not a lie. My father's cousin is my aunt. That's how I referred to her growing up my whole life, Zera Fui. And I think to have the takeaway from the New York Post and so many others after I gave a speech outside of a mosque for 10 minutes about the Islamophobia we've seen in this race and in our politics, to be the question of whether or not Zera Fui was my aunt.
We came here to remake this state in the image of our people.
The truth is there's a quiet civil war going on in the Democratic Party right now. You have an extreme left, radical left. Bernie Sanders, AOC, Mamdani is just the banner carrier for that movement. Versus the mainstream moderate Democrats. They now call me moderate. They used to call me liberal. Now I'm a moderate because the whole party shifted. And that's what this election is about. It is that civil war. I believe that far left will destroy the Democratic Party. I believe it will destroy the Democratic Party nationwide if that far left becomes dominant.
Boy, 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 boy. So we got to talk about exactly what I predicted just a couple of days ago when I talked about woke New York Governor Kathy Hochul deciding to bend the knee to the far left extremists of the Democrat Party, right? Bending the knee to AOC, to Bernie Sanders, and to Zohran Mamdani, which is that in a general election,
Holy
days. If I'm about to be dragged for saying this or not. Maybe it's because I was in prison. If I'm about to be dragged for saying this or not. Maybe it's because I was in.
Is it?
Years ago, I thought something would happen.
You know what? I was thinking.
You know,
The prime.
Previously on
Always the one angry about. I got that.
Fucked up when we get out there.
I know what you want. I got
I'm
that.
dead serious.
I know
All
what you
I want
want.
is to stay. I don't even care.
I mean, for real, just go out there. Just
Rush, and now I'm getting.
So I see that when you buy. You read the title and.
Thank you to Ground News for sponsoring.
My name is.
Hello. Hey, what's going on?
This video is sponsored by.
I'm so happy to see.
Very innocent drivers just.
Good morning.
Cheryl Hines, thank you for coming all the way out here. You.
All right. First off, I just want to thank you for coming.
life, not.
Hold on, I'll get you in a sec.
Oh,
You're getting shot in your back, I think, Justin.
I see.
You know him, you love him. He's got the best. You know him, you love. Do you think he should have pressed him like he pressed Ted Cruz? Like, did he miss the boat? Because I don't really think so. But what do you think?
I'm not here to police Tucker Carlson's opinions. Tucker Carlson can have whatever opinions he wants, and it seems like there are a lot of people who want to tell Tucker or tell you or tell me what opinions we're supposed to have. And so the fact that they're outraged over this Nick thing is totally fake. I'll tell you why. Because I've had on my show communists that are in favor of abortions up to 9 months and sex changes for kids. And people on the right, they go, yeah, you debate, man, that clip was awesome, Tim. And then we announced that we're going to have Nick on the show, and they're attacking me and they're insulting me. We haven't even had him on the show yet. Like he rescheduled, and they're posting like, oh my God, look how Tim has fallen, blah blah blah. You don't even know what we're gonna say yet. So I don't believe any of the Tucker criticism is legitimate. I think they just don't like Nick's opinions. And I'll tell you what the truth is, and this is bad for the right. They're acting like Nick is such a threat you can't interview him, but they don't care when you interview communists. And I think it's really obvious why, because these conservatives know that you bring on a communist, no one's going to agree with them, but they fear you bring on Nick Fuentes and people might. That's why they don't want you to platform him.
No, that's exactly right, because Nick Fuentes is actually likable, and his arguments are actually, they align more with the audience that they're trying to be a part of. So I think that's why Nick is a bigger threat than Hassan Piker, and it's obvious why you can see the reaction. So, Tim, we got a big announcement. The culture war, the pimp on a blimp. You've been so gracious to show here at the Blaze. We got a lot of things cooking, but we're just gonna be very vague about stuff. But so November 8th, we get to do a live show in DC with Emily Saves America, Myron, and what separates this show from all other.
Okay.
John McAfee, pioneer in the cybersecurity.
Because you don't attend.
I promise.
There are some problems.
And Iran was there.
Okay, so we have got to talk about this whole snap, this little downward, but there was a look.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
You said the first thing about taking a book as a proof for your belief. I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
You said the first thing about taking a book as a proof for your belief. You said no internal contradictions. How well do you know this book? I got this from your friend the other day. It's the Bible for all of you who don't know. I don't know which version it is. I don't know who's writing, who decided what to put it in here. John, we'll read John 1:17, 18. Do you know this one? I'll read what it says here. It says, no one has ever seen God, but God is the one and only who is at the Father's side has made him known. Right here, it says, no one has ever seen God, okay? You believe that? You take that? You want to read it? That's your book. This is what you take.
You bet.
Right here, same chapter, John 5:19.
Right.
Jesus, it says here, Jesus gave them this answer. I tell you the truth, the Son can do nothing by himself. He can do only what he sees his Father doing. No one sees, he only does what he sees. Internal contradiction. So then this book has internal contradictions. Can we agree on that? Odo, you don't say yes or no answers. What do you say about this internal contradiction?
One of the basic principles of interpreting any book is you have to read in context. And obviously, when you read John chapter 1, the main point is Jesus is God in human form. He begins. Ma'am, am I allowed to answer you or not?
But you're not making sense. You say the same
well,
thing
then why are you wasting your time standing here talking to me if I'm not making sense?
Because look at all these people here who have questions. There's
fine, then why don't you let me go on to other people? If I don't make sense, ma'am, why do you waste your time?
Why am I going to let you misguide them with your misguidance?
Oh,
I'd
I
rather
see.
sit here and
so
use
you have to
logic
sort of be a parasite who comes in here and just feeds off the people who are listening to me talk?
Absolutely, why not? You've already made a fool of yourself here anyways.
Why, that's pretty sad. Why can't you just be open and honest and have an honest dialogue?
Let me explain this. Okay.
Explain this.
Thank you. John chapter 1. John begins with the words, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." Crystal clearly, John 1:1 is stating the deity of Christ. The word there is Christ. The Greek word is logos. Obviously, by reading John 1, you know he's talking about Christ. Obviously, he's hearkening right back to Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, which says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." John is taking that and putting it in Greek. John 1:1, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." Nobody has seen God. I haven't seen God. You haven't seen God. But the claim of John is, and the claim of Jesus is, that he is God, revealing himself in human form. That's clearly, unmistakably what John 1 is teaching. And you don't have to have a PhD in New Testament. Just read it yourself, and you'll figure that out.
John. It's both John. I didn't flip to even a different chapter. It's 2 pages away. Both John saying, one saying no one sees God, the other one saying Jesus sees God. Is it saying Jesus sees himself? Is this something that everyone who reads the Bible
exactly
takes
right.
as
Jesus
their own
is
are supposed
claiming to be God, revealing himself in human form. That's his
and
claim.
he sees himself.
No, you're
Why
not
would
God.
John write that?
You're not God. What's the difference? Well, if you die and rise from the dead, I will listen very closely to everything you have to say.
Why is that the one thing that you take? Why
Did you see George Washington inaugurated first president of the United States?
Other people did. I trust that.
Good, and other people saw Christ die on a cross, and they saw him risen from the dead.
But they have internal contradictions.
No, there's no contradiction there. We human beings do not see God, but when God chose to become a human being in Jesus Christ, obviously Jesus knew the Father very, very intimately, very, very well. In the Quran, we read, Jesus is a good prophet, he is not God. The problem is the historical Jesus claimed to be God.
That to be an internal contradiction is on one
They're
page
still
it says
going at
something,
it, dude.
on a different page it says something else. Like the gentleman that left mentioned about the creation.
You're
how
right.
creation came
The
about.
Quran
That's
does
an
not
internal
contradict itself, I agree.
So then
But
we'll
it
go to point number two.
contradicts
Point number
the
two.
historical evidence that Jesus claimed to be God.
Claim. From what John and Joseph and Mike and
That's
whoever
right, man, and that's the only thing. That's the only way I can know anything historically. Historical knowledge is based on the trustworthiness of eyewitness testimony.
So then why take what John and those people said 500 years before what Muhammad came with?
That's exactly why I trust John, because he lived with Jesus. Muhammad was the dude who never met Jesus. John met Jesus, listened to Jesus.
But doesn't it come with time that things like that become more inaccurate? Jesus' book isn't here. Jesus' book is not here.
Yes, the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were written in the first century.
Okay, Moses' book,
eyewitnesses. That's what I want when it comes to historical knowledge.
The Torah, right? Did Jesus believe in the Torah? Did Jesus follow Moses?
Yes, Jesus believed the Torah was the Word of God, very clearly.
So then why do you accept Jesus as a successor of Moses and you don't accept Muhammad as a successor of Jesus?
Because Muhammad contradicted Jesus.
But you don't have any way to tell whether or not what Jesus came with is the exact same as what Moses came with, because the book Moses came with is not the same today as it was at the time. Can you agree with me on that?
No, that made no sense to me. I'm sorry, I'm not smart enough to figure out what you just said there. Makes no sense to me.
Okay,
what on earth did you just say?
Right now, the book that Moses came with.
Yes.
Do you agree Jesus
He didn't come with anything. He wrote something.
He didn't write anything. It was revealed to him.
Baloney. Moses wrote. No book floated out of heaven to Moses.
What makes him a prophet?
Moses wrote.
What makes him a prophet? The fact that he was a self-claimed prophet. He was a good writer. There's plenty of good writers. That doesn't make them prophets.
Goodness gracious, man. No way.
What
Do I
is your
accept this
definition
kind
of a prophet?
of floating out of heaven book that you do?
No one's saying it's floating out of heaven.
Well, then what are you saying?
Revealed through angels. Do you believe
Moses wrote. No, an angel didn't write the Torah.
No one said
Moses
an angel
wrote it.
No
Wrote it,
one
not
said
an angel.
Wrote it.
And no angel wrote the New Testament either. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Peter, James wrote the New Testament.
So what makes someone a prophet? And not a random great writer?
What makes someone a prophet is that God inspires them. And there's absolutely no way that I can show you who a prophet is. If this guy claims to be a prophet, I can't just blindly say, yes, he's a prophet, or no, he's not a prophet. I have to observe how he lives his life. I have to listen to what he believes.
So again, we'll talk about what makes someone a prophet. Your definition of a prophet, and I'll follow with mine.
They're not gonna.
You said a good writer.
No, I didn't.
No.
But again, so we're all on the
prophet
same
is
page.
someone who's inspired by God, but I can't show you that someone's inspired by God. It's impossible.
So this is something in your own heart.
I can't show you that a book is inspired by God. And don't you understand? That's why it's so hard for you and me to have an intelligent conversation.
Okay.
Because you just lapsed into,
Can I answer your,
this is inspired by God, this is from God, this is from an angel. Well,
listen.
fine, but there's no way you can show that.
Okay, you're here right now. The purpose of you coming here is to, quote unquote, guide misguided people. I talked to the people who brought you, and they said, your point is not to convert people to Christianity. Your point is to get atheists and agnostics to believe in Jesus.
No, and you. I pray you come to believe in Jesus, man.
I believe in Jesus. I don't
you
believe
reject
in
him
Jesus
as
how
God.
You, do.
You don't accept his death on
I
the cross
believe in
for your
Jesus.
sin.
Okay, but we'll stop. We'll go here. You're here to take people to believe in Jesus. But you just said right now that you can't explain to someone that a book is inspired by God or someone else is inspired by God. So why are you here?
There is absolutely no way that any human being can prove that any book has been inspired by God.
Then why are you here to tell us to believe in the Bible?
Because I am convinced that to believe in God and to believe in Jesus does not mean you have to first believe that a book is inspired by God.
So I'm supposed
You
to take
cannot
you
blindly
as the
believe
reference
anything in
between me
life.
and Jesus?
And to blindly believe that the Quran or the Bible or any book has been inspired by God is such a leap of faith. I'm not asking anybody to do that.
Okay, so can we have the second part of our deal? I said I'd explain to you what a prophet is?
Sure.
A prophet is someone who comes with something extraordinary that combats everything at the time in proof of his claim. So many people came claiming they were prophets, and they did things that didn't prove their claim. The prophet Muhammad, first of all, we'll start off with Jesus, who we both agree with. Jesus was born without a father.
How do you know that?
Miracle number one.
How do you know that?
Revealed in the Quran, and when he spoke.
Revealed in the Quran 500 years after the fact. All of a sudden, because some dude says he was born without a father, you believe it?
Okay, fine. You don't believe that Jesus was born without a father. You don't.
I can promise you, ma'am, I'm not going to believe Jesus was born without a father because some dude who lived 500 years after Christ writes it in a book.
Okay, so then we'll stop right there. Forget everything about Muhammad. Do Christians believe that Jesus was born without a father?
Yeah, but not because some dude 500 years after the fact wrote it, that's for sure.
But then what do they take as their belief for Jesus being born without a father?
Because eyewitnesses who knew Jesus' mother, a woman named Mary, talked with her. They talked with Joseph, and they found out that indeed Mary was a virgin when Jesus was born.
So then we take
it's not something they made up 500 years later.
Okay, so then
it's something that they found from eyewitness talking.
So do we take that? We take Jesus being born without a father as a miracle. That's proof he's a prophet. That's proof he's a prophet, correct?
No.
Why?
Just because a miracle happens doesn't mean the dude's a prophet.
Why?
He could be a false prophet.
So then why
miracles happen to
why
false
doesn't your mom have a son without a father? What miracles happen to false prophets? We'll go over that right now. What miracles happen to false prophets?
Man, if you get in the occult, you can go to seances, and demonic powers are shown, supernatural powers are shown. You can go a lot of places on this planet.
But
how are they shown? How are they shown?
How are they shown?
Yeah, how are they shown? Like,
all right, I'll tell you how.
Factually.
You
how
bet.
can you show it in substance?
You bet.
No, answer.
I went to a prep school.
No, answer.
I am answering you.
Come on.
I went to a prep school here in Connecticut, and I had a philosophy professor who went to a seance. And at the seance, the medium told him things about his past that it took him 2 weeks to remember had even occurred. This philosophy professor came
And psychologists have done that too with sexual abuse cases where they convince their clients of a history that never happened. So how do you know that's not the case? How can you prove that it's true?
Well, you got to use your brain to figure out what
okay, so then that means that's on the premise that you're using your brain.
Yeah, that is on a premise. That's right.
Okay.
Why are you wasting your time listening to a guy who's just gibbering?
You're in our way.
You're missing
I'm sorry, I didn't realize realize that your ankle had a chain tied to the brick underneath
I'll answer
there.
that question.
I was under the impression that you chose to be here freely.
He did choose to be
Let me
here.
relieve you if you're being forced to be here.
I'm not. I'm enjoying your company.
But listen, my problem here is you're here talking loudly, first of all. You're not having a small conversation with the group that brought you here in a small room, which most groups have. You're obnoxiously on the center of campus misguiding people about your belief in
Baloney. And I'm exercising my right of free speech. And if I tried to stand up in Iran or Iraq or Afghanistan and do what I'm doing now, I'd be in prison before I knew what my
And it's a great
name
thing
was.
I'm an American citizen and born
Okay?
on this soil.
Good.
Great thing, isn't it?
All right.
Now, what do you take that as right there? As blindly naming Iran and Iraq and Afghanistan?
Blindly?
because you
I'm
see a
not
scarf on
blindly at
my
all.
head? That's ignorant. That's an ignorant move on your part. Because I have no correlation with Iran or Iraq or Afghanistan.
I didn't say you did.
Then why bring it up?
I'll tell you why.
Just random countries?
Because you
can't
two
do
were
this in
challenging
South Korea
God.
or
No.
Japan.
Every
I'm
time I
not
try and answer you, you
irrational.
cut me off.
I'm not irrational.
Yes, you are. You don't really want to reason and think.
Because
you
you're
just
not
want to
a
emote.
person to reason. I'm not emotional.
Jeez.
Oh, give me a break. You were challenging free speech. He said I was in his way.
No, I wasn't challenging. I was using my own free speech to question yours.
Oh, you can do that all day long. I respect that.
So then,
And my point is, free speech is a right that we have in the United States of America.
Correct.
That
And in
I
the United
celebrate.
States, you look crazy right now.
Pardon?
You look crazy in the United States, and if you went to Iran or Iraq, you look crazy there as well.
Hold on.
Well, then why are you wasting your time talking to a crazy man?
Because you are it's just entertaining.
What's your purpose here? Why are
Because
you
they had
here?
better entertainment on this campus than to talk to a
Have
crazy
you been to stores? Have you been to stores?
You guys are hurting people.
Why are you here? What did you come
I am here to introduce people.
Oh, God is that bloodthirsty. I don't think that's a God I want to believe in.
Then don't believe in him. No, you don't want me to become Muslim?
Honestly, God is that bloodthirsty. I don't think that's a God I want to believe in.
Then don't believe in him. No, you don't want me to become Muslim?
Honestly, I really don't care. I really don't care.
You know what Uthman did.
What did he do?
He destroyed.
Cutting me.
You keep cutting me off.
No, you're accusing him. Of course he's going to respond.
Yeah. What, excuse me?
Cliff engages in his most intense debate with two Muslim students. They claim the Quran is the ultimate miracle, the unchanged word of God. But Cliff challenges its origins and preservation. Did the third caliph destroy conflicting versions? Can the Quran stand
Let's
up to
see what
historical
Cliff does
scrutiny?
this
Which
time
perspective
around.
resonates with you? Share your thoughts in the comments. Now, let's dive in.
Morality is not relative. What is it? Where do we get it? And if faith is enough for us, to be saved, for us to be saved, for Jesus to die for our sins, where is the morality? Where is the justice of one person doing injustice to another? Where is this just system if someone else is dying for our sins? How does that morally add up? Where is the moral equivalence?
You bet. Because in order to have morality, you got to have a mind. So if there is no God, there's no mind prior to the human mind. Which means, obviously, it's the human mind that creates right and wrong. Which means I'm not more correct than you are. You're not more correct than I am. It's all relative.
Why shouldn't I pay?
Good. And according to Christ, you do pay. Or you accept Christ's payment when he died on a cross for what you did wrong, for what I did wrong.
How is that fair to Christ?
How is it fair to Christ?
Towards all?
Pardon?
Isn't God just towards all?
Is God, I'm sorry?
Just towards all.
Yes, God is just. That's his character. His character is just. When I sin against you, what I'm saying is you don't have value. I can use you, I can lie to you, I can cheat you, I can steal from you, and that's a statement. You're not very valuable. So when I do that kind of thing to you, not only am I devaluing you, denigrating you, but I'm also devaluing God and saying, you didn't do a good job when you made this guy.
But you're still avoiding the question that, am I not demeaning God by saying that he had to die for my sins? And
No.
forgive me and have his mercy on his own?
No, the reason you're not demeaning God is because God chose to be just, consistently just, as you pointed out. But then the question is, how does he forgive? Is forgiveness simply excusing wrong? Is forgiveness overlooking wrong? Is forgiveness acting like, oh, boys will be boys, Nazis will be Nazis, Hamas will be Hamas, Israel will be Israel? It's all relative.
Forgiveness is God's mercy.
Well, how does God forgive?
God forgives because God can see what's in our hearts. When we stand in front
Through
of God
grace.
and seek forgiveness, God knows how genuine we are. God knows whether or not we intend to go back to that. That's the basis of God's forgiveness. That if you stand in front of God and you're asking God alone and you're accepting Him and you're seeking that forgiveness, God can see inside your heart. And you may go back to that sin, but God saw what was in your heart and He chose to forgive you. Whether or not He chooses to forgive you, He knows your sincerity. Because God doesn't need anyone paying. God's mercy is enough. God understands me. He knows me. He's closer to me than anyone else can come understand me.
Okay, but how do you know the mind of God? How do you know that God says what you just said?
Because God gave me a book with that information.
What's the book?
The Quran.
The Quran. Okay, why do you trust the Quran to tell you the truth about God?
Because the Quran is factual in many places. If it's ambiguous a few places, then I believe that. Because I see the authenticity of the Quran. You can't show me two different versions and say these are both from God. I only see one version. When I see 10 different versions, I question it. Is it coming from God? How do we have 10 versions? Did God write this or did the believers of God write this? Did they change it? But when I only see one version and I can show you the change of authenticity, then I believe in it.
Uh-huh. Come on, you're smart enough to have heard about Zaid bin Thabit. You know very, very well why there's one version of the Quran, I hope. Okay? You know what Uthman did, Caliph Uthman did.
What did he do?
He destroyed all the forms of the Quran that disagreed with the one that he chose through Zaid bin Thabit.
How are you going to prove that?
Well, it's a historical fact. Just study history. You know very well that the third caliph, Caliph Uthman, had all the different Qurans that weren't identical gathered together, and he said, Zaid bin Thabit, you are the one to decide what is the real thing, because you're the best source of information. Fine. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But I got a real intellectual problem with you. Well, I'm sorry. Just study your history.
I studied it. You're wrong.
Well, then you haven't studied it closely enough, because Zaid bin Thabit was hired and employed by the third caliph, Uthman, to do that.
Compiled the Quran, to bring it into writing, to bring it
It already had been in writing, and there were different forms of it. And Caliph Uthman said, you go out and you're going to make the real one, and we're going to destroy the other ones. It's an historical fact, sir. Don't take it from me. Study the history. Pardon?
Who defines historical facts? You define historical facts?
No. The eyewitnesses. Are there eyewitnesses who recorded what really happened? And that really happened.
Where are the eyewitnesses?
Well, obviously they're all dead now. The same way the eyewitnesses for Jesus Christ are all dead now.
I have to take your word for it.
No, you don't have to take my word for it. Don't take my word for it. Go out and study it on your own. Do not take my word for it. You'd be an idiot, sir, to take my word for it.
Fair enough.
Don't do it, okay? Just be open-minded and honest and study its history. There are over 5,700 Greek manuscripts of the Bible, of the New Testament, all right? And there are variants. And you'd better learn textual criticism when it comes to reading the New Testament. And you better realize, wow, the fact that we have over 5,700 manuscripts, that's pretty impressive. Now, we start comparing them. And we find the variants, the discrepancies, and then we say, okay, now we're going to study the text, and we're going to begin to figure out what is the evidence for the most reliable. And that's how you do textual criticism.
How is it morally okay for someone else to be dying for my sins? Why can't God forgive me on his own?
God can forgive you. God can forgive you. But God has chosen to be just. Why do you think, as a history major, that I would seriously want to follow Christ?
That the vast majority of primary sources throughout the history of the entire human race are largely incorrect.
We'll sit right over there on that table afterwards, and then you read the gospel, and I'll read that document, and we'll talk about why we think what we think.
Cliff debates a history student who challenges the idea that Jesus is God, arguing the lack of historical evidence. Together, they examine the reliability of primary sources, the resurrection, and what history truly reveals about Jesus. Was he just a moral teacher, or is there proof that he was divine? Which perspective resonates with you? Share your thoughts in the comments. Now let's dive in.
Don't really know what I like or dislike, or my beliefs about God, religion, etc. However, I am a history major.
Good.
And I am fascinated by the various cultures and beliefs across the world. And I've studied and I've looked at a multitude of religions, societies, various sects, etc.
Yeah.
And truth be told, I haven't gone in depth about most of them.
Yeah.
And a lot of them seem quite similar. For example, which sect of Christianity are you a part of? Like Catholic, Presbyterian, Baptist?
I am not any part of any sect. I'm a follower of Jesus Christ. And I connect with a lot of Catholics and a lot of Protestants in terms of sharing that faith, but I am not part of a sect.
Okay.
I'm a follower of Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Now, why as an historian, you're a history major? Why do you think as a history major that I would seriously want to follow Christ based on the history of Christ? Why would you think that?
Oh, it's a good question. I think there's a multitude of answers involved. I mean, perhaps your parents were Christians and raised you to be that way. Perhaps you had individual life experiences which drove you to follow the various beliefs you had. Maybe it was because the God, if there is one, communicated those ideas with you and revealed himself to you in a sense. Or maybe it's because you've come throughout your variety of life experiences to understand your perspective of God from your perspective. Truth be told, I don't know, because I as well don't know you. And
This guy's talking weird.
Yeah, but wait a second, Jacob. I appreciate your honesty, but you evaded my question. My question was not, what experience do you think I've had that has motivated me to believe in Jesus? My question was, you're a history major, so what do you think is the historical evidence for Christ? Why would I, as someone who's concerned about history, follow Christ?
So that's two questions. Let me answer the first one. Yeah. Do I think is the historical evidence for Christ? Well,
yes,
there is. I think he's a real person. Whether or not he was actually the Son of God is, up to question. I can't really say, nor do I think anyone can. Now, as to the second question, why do you follow Christ, or why would you?
Historically,
well, I would say historically, following any religion, whether it be that of Jesus Christ, Islam, Zoroastrianism, Bahaism, etc., primarily as a manner of social, I would say social control, but also as a means of community, binding people together, whether it's through a religion.
This guy's he's trying too hard.
Humans have always found larger-than-life reasons to bind themselves together, and I think that is largely, to many extents, a good thing. The societies and the social stability that has created has allowed us to build everything that's around us. Whether or not that's correct or not is, something I can't really answer, but my question
This guy's
to you
crazy, dude.
is that throughout all
I
of
feel like he's
human
trying
history,
too much,
we've
man.
created a plethora
For
of
real.
these social beliefs and values, religions, cultures, etc. Take the holy Vedic texts in India, for example, Confucianism in China, all of the various smaller individual tribal beliefs in the density of the Amazon jungle.
come on, Jacob. Jacob, come on. Stick with the issue. History. What is the historical reason that any thinking human being would follow Christ, would trust in Christ?
Because of the social control and stability it provides, and pre-industrial.
It's not history. What's the historical evidence that points to Jesus Christ being a reliable object for someone to put their faith in? What's the historical evidence? Historically, Jesus said, I'm going to die. 3 days later, I'm going to rise from the dead.
Sure.
Now, did he pull it off?
Good question.
The historical evidence is that 3 days after he died, he rose from the dead. That is a very good historical reason to believe in Jesus Christ.
I've taken the face value. You're completely and utterly correct. The records say that 3 days after Jesus died, he rose up. Are they correct? I don't know. Historical records say a vast majority of things. I would confess that the vast majority of primary sources throughout the history of the entire human race are largely incorrect.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So how do you determine
This
what
guy
is
is too much, man.
Well, that's a good question. I think as a history major, that is the most important question to answer.
Good. So would you answer it for me, please? How do you determine what's historically correct?
Well, for one, you do have to look at primary sources and deduce from it what is myth, what is legend, as well as taking a look at a variety of factors from just our modern times looking back, archaeology, studying various bones and records, various temples. cross-examining various historical sources throughout multiple religions to pinpoint an accurate answer. And do I think that that has allowed us to determine whether or not Jesus Christ did in fact rise up after 3 days? No, I do not. Why do you think it has?
Well, you raised 4 great tests. First of all, you go to primary sources. Very good, Jacob. They're teaching you
I don't know.
you take. Whenever you want to study history, you better go to primary sources. So you better go to the eyewitness accounts, and we've got them.
Sure.
I know.
And I didn't.
This is the mainly. You've been a delight. You've made my day.
Because you don't attack disbelievers. That's incompatible.
But of that day.
Holy, let's. Generic congressional ballot, which.
Well, obviously, when it comes to the issue of sexuality.
Generic congressional.
Well, obviously, when it comes to.
Hey, I'm Tucker Carlson.
No, it's just that. Oh boy. We'll stick it all down with me.
Atheists have nothing to die for and everything to live for. Atheists have nothing to die for.
Layoffs. Amazon. Oh, that would have been
days.
Well,
It's better, I think.
One of the things that I have
humanity.
Because you don't attack disbelievers. That's
Cultures? No, that's Mosaical. Okay, but hold on, that's Mosaical? Is there name some of the capital punishments they have? I mean, like, we believe that you can have capital punishment.
Cam Higbee live.
So, I will say, there's a difference. Like, for example, if you were to vote in a bunch of Muslims, I'm not saying they would do this, but if you were to vote in a bunch of Muslims and they removed all of the Bill of Rights, like we no longer have freedom of speech, we no longer have freedom of religion, that's not American. We no longer have American values. But there are other laws that are just not as important, and we can change these laws. Like, we have different abortion laws in different states, we have different gun control laws. And some of this stuff, if it's happening like on a local level, I'm not going to say, oh, this is just completely un-American, or at least not to the same extent. Does that make sense? Like, or capital punishment, right? If the Catholics are saying we should bring back capital punishment in certain states because, that's according to our religion, that's just not to the extent that I would say that's un-American. Because, I mean, America initially did have capital punishment. The anti-capital punishment stuff came later on. So, okay, would you say Judaism's incompatible with America? I mean, I think more, I'm not super familiar with Judaism. I think more likely than not, I'm not scared of Israel.
But I was in Europe.
okay. We don't look at what happened to Rebecca before 18,
listen.
but it's not after 16.
So
right? There's a difference between marrying a.
Ooh, now.
As you know, I'm allowed to do that.
Do you need other branches of the military you would send in?
As you know, I'm allowed to do that.
Do you need other branches of the military you would send in? Or
Who are you with?
the New York Times?
That's very good. Very good. Well, if you write it correctly, I'll give you the answer. But if I want to enact a certain act, I'm allowed to do it routinely, and whether about 50% of presidents have used that, as you know, and
I've used.
to do whatever I want. But we haven't chosen to do that because we're doing very well with that.
Or some food, I think. I'm getting hungry.
Oh, who's this? Who is this on the phone? Oh, who's this? Who is this on the phone? Hello.
Well,
two of the world's leading minds face off in one of the most.
I got hired to work at this Chinese.
Iran.
Suspended. Without objection. And I move to proceed to calendar number.
I'm standing out in front of the walls.
So it's about a.
Cliff and Stuart Connect, welcome, guys. So you've been doing this.
Yeah, I mean, I watched the interview.
You know what?
Welcome to Doug in Exile. I've got a.
No, I don't.
Um.
Jesus doesn't.
It's
You know, the world knows me as Joe Exotic.
One thing that I think we...
This is the moment.
Do you think that Mom
is referred to Queen Nefertiti as my beloved of all other men, cherishing the dreams of others equally with his own. In his personal life, Akhenaten emerges as the first man in history to bring dignity and gentle beauty to the management of his home. He was the father of 7 daughters, to whom he was completely devoted, and in his speeches and public pronouncements, he always referred to Queen Nefertiti as my beloved wife. It was usual for the pharaohs to cause themselves to be depicted in great stone carvings upon the walls of their palaces. They were represented as majestic figures, crowned and sceptered. They were shown either seated on their thrones or wielding their weapons against their foes. Akhenaten was the only pharaoh in the history of Egypt who chose to be depicted with his arm about his wife, with his little daughters playing about and seated on his lap. As with the passing years, the health of the pharaoh grew worse, the opposition of the priesthood of Amun-Ra grew greater, and his reign was complicated by invasions by the Hittite nations. The governors of various provinces pleaded with him for help, but Akhenaten would not send armies. The Dreamer King saw his lands pillaged and his cities conquered, but he would not kill his enemies. They too were children of the Aten. Akhenaten died in his 36th year at the altar of the Aten in the temple of the faith he had created. When his mummy case was found, the following prayer to the Aten was discovered, inscribed on golden foil beneath his feet. I breathe the sweet breath which comes forth from thy mouth. I behold thy beauty every day. Give me thy hands, holding thy spirit, that I may receive it, and may be lifted by it. Call thou upon my name unto eternity, and it shall never fail. In the words of the great Egyptologist, Professor Breasted, there died with him such a spirit as the world had never seen before. Akhenaten was the first man in history who dared to dream of the brotherhood of men, and he cheerfully gave his life and his empire for that dream. He is indeed the beautiful child of the living Aten, whose name shall live forever and ever.
And ever.
3. Westward ocean travel to the
and
earthly
ever.
paradise.
And ever. And ever.
From Plutarch's description of voyages, it can be calculated that our great continent in the Western Hemisphere was visited by the ancient Greeks. They not only reached our shores, but explored part of the Great Lakes area.
Oh, really?
Under a thin veil of symbolism, they perpetuated in mythology their knowledge of our land, which they called blessed. The area was anciently set apart for coming generations in the great human experiment of the democratic Commonwealth.
Huh.
The ancient Greeks had a far better knowledge of geography than popular opinion today indicates. We have been deceived as to the full measure of classical learning, because the Greeks did not commit the larger part of their knowledge to writing, and they bound scholarship with the vow of secrecy. In ancient days, all learning was regarded as sacred. Wisdom was entrusted to the keeping of priest-philosophers, and they were permitted to communicate the choicest branches of the sciences only to duly initiated pupils. To bestow knowledge upon those who had not prepared their minds by years of discipline and self-purification profaned the mysteries, desecrated the sacred sciences. Some years ago, in discussing this fine point in ethics with the late Professor James Breasted, the most distinguished of American Egyptologists, he confirmed my own findings and further stated it to be his personal conviction that the classical civilizations concealed most of...
Who's James Breasted?
I have such... Oh, that...
You said that?
The secret CIA occult files about witches they are hiding from you. The CIA experiments in mind control were undertaken with no scientific rationale beyond the unproven belief that the Soviets had gone further down this particular path than we had. and that whatever they could do, we could do better. John Marks.
Picture this. In a sterile government building in 1970, men in pressed suits are taking notes, while a woman in flowing robes traces destiny lines across human palms. This isn't fiction, it's documented history. Investigative journalist Gordon Thomas uncovered what the CIA tried to bury. America's most rational institution was secretly funding astrologers, palm readers, and mystics. We're talking $300 weekly payments to 3 astrologers, serious money back then. One San Francisco mystic was exposed as a complete fraud, yet the agency kept cutting checks. Your tax dollars, filed away in government cabinets
for
with
what
the same
again?
bureaucratic precision as missile defense programs. But here's what makes this truly unsettling. This wasn't some rogue operation. It was systematic. They conducted experiments through the United Nations. Universities offered courses in sorcery. The paper trail is undeniable. Why would the world's premier intelligence agency, built on logic, analysis, and hard facts, suddenly turn to fortune tellers and witches? The answer reveals something profound about power, control, and what they discovered about human consciousness that they desperately wanted to weaponize. When investigative journalist Gordon Thomas first stumbled across references to MK Often in declassified documents during the 1,980 seconds, he thought he'd found a clerical error. Here was a CIA program that seemed to exist in parallel to the already shocking MKUltra mind control experiments, but with a twist that defied everything he understood about intelligence operations. Thomas spent years piecing together fragments, budget allocations buried in congressional hearings, personnel transfers that made no sense, and expense reports that he wasn't genuinely pursuing.
So I'm such an...
This video features 3.
Yeah.
Someone hit your action from the out.
Ooh, now I think we're onto something here.
Humanity.
I should say, to be very clear.
Do you have
to Arizona?
Do you have to renew your license at all, like for?
All right, guys, welcome back.
We cut away. Susie Chaffee had something she wanted to say to Muhammad.
The book. Third age items on runes.
Newton had the imposter syndrome.
I've literally heard.
Hell, 2 of the.
Just the.
Are you a prophet?
Yes.
Okay, and so both of you are prophets?
New York City, August.
We're about the game. We're about the game here in a second, I believe.
Interested in trying more freeze-dried candies because they do feel very strange. It's like an alien interpretation of our flavors. But the people over at Sow Good Candy, I can't say that I like their flavor choices all too much. Ah man, I've been eating all this sugar and I feel like I've had the sugar rush.
I love Broom. Broom is my favorite, probably.
So it's a perfect time,
hands down,
for Witch's Brew energy drink.
Which is true.
Never have I heard of Alani Nu energy drinks, but this was Halloween themed. Looks like it's going to be a caramel apple flavor. I do like the caramel apple pops, one of my favorite Halloween goodies. Ah, good, good. It contains 0% juice, so that's something worth bragging about. Not recommended for children, people sensitive to caffeine, pregnant women, or women who are nursing. Well, unfortunately, I'm all of those things, but I'm gonna drink it anyway. It smells extremely appley. Appley? Appley. It smells extremely appley. You know, it does taste like a caramel apple pop, surprisingly. I'm honestly a little bit shocked that it tastes so close to the thing that it's imitating. Usually I feel like things don't get so close. I think the one downside of flavoring your energy drink as a candy is that it does taste doubly sweet. Oh, my stomach's not happy with it, but that is probably related to what I've been feeding it the past hour or so. I'm pretty picky choosy with my energy drinks. I don't drink them all too often. This one's a little bit aggressive with the flavor, but it is taste as it says it do. I think I'm gonna give it a, well, hold on. Is being higher on the spooky scale a good thing or a bad thing? I don't remember. You could argue that being spookier on Halloween is a good thing, but you could also argue that I'm saying that it's spooky and scary and I don't want to eat it. I'm gonna give this one a 6 on the spooky scale. Okay, now that I'm all energized up, you can see it in my eyes. Okay, now I'm all energized up. You can see it in my eyes. The energy is just flowing through me. So let's eat some more junk food. Okay. I am immediately regretting the energy drink. This is gonna sound shocking, but I'm not sure that it's a good idea to down a bunch of sugary foods, cold brew coffee, and then wash that down with a caramel apple flavored energy drink. I'm starting to think that it might be unwise. Anyway, this is Little Debbie's Fall Pumpkin Deluxe. Now these really leapt off the shelf for me. They look horrific. No real description of the cookie on here. I guess what you see is what you get. Is Little Debbie and her Fall Pumpkin Delights. Best if used by October 11th. That's just like a couple days from now. I enjoy Little Debbie's. Well, I used to. I used to eat a bunch of Little Debbie stuff, like Nutter Butter, oatmeal cream pies, the Santa cakes, all great snacks. This just looks odd. They're smaller than I thought. You know, they're not quite the same size as my face. They don't look quite as happy as they do on the box, but that's okay. Now I'm assuming that I should assume the flavor is going to be pumpkin, right? It's pretty good. It's very soft. Honestly, sometimes Little Debbie snacks are too soft. Is that possible? Like it feels overly moist to the point where it's wet almost. It reminds me of wet breads, okay? I don't like wet breads. I guess it tastes like pumpkin. It tastes like a gingerbread to me. I don't taste the filling at all, despite having eaten half. This is face off. It essentially tastes the same off of the floor as it does out of the packaging, so that's a positive. My stomach doesn't feel good. Again, I don't think that's Little Debbie's fault.
Oh, it's disgusting.
I think it's probably a situation of my own design. Now, a lot of people tell me, you know, you could film these different days, like you don't have to eat everything at once. And I'm always just like, no. But as far as like a soft cookie goes, it's pretty good. I'm still gonna give it like a 4 on the spooky scale. It's just if I'm gonna get something Little Debbie, I'm not gonna get these. There are so many other choices I'd rather get than the Fall Pumpkin Delights, but it's still not so bad. It really makes me wish I had more salty snacks, but I just didn't see that many chips available. Ugh, it's all candy. It's like the further I get into this video, the more I realize that Halloween blows. All right, this is the Rotten Original Gummy Worms. I think out of all the snacks
just
that
more
I
candy,
procured for this video, this seemed to be the most horrific and Halloweeny to me. Kind of looks like Pepe the Frog on crack or something. It claims to be gut friendly, which sounds good to me right now because my gut is not happy. And also says 70% less sugar than the leading brand,
friendly?
which I'm assuming is Trolli gummy worms, right? The colors come from fruits, veggies, and superfoods, so that sounds positive. It's sweetened with chicory root fiber, monk fruit, and allulose.
Oh, okay.
Allulose. What's allulose? Greetings, it is I, Dr. Rotten. My clones and I have made a magnificent new discovery. There is a freak inside each and every one of us. I've been saying that for years. With your assistance, we can unleash an army of freaks to build a freer, more fabulous, more freaky world. Now go, my little grubby, and feed your freak. Listen, dude, Dr. Rotten, I just want to eat a gummy worm. I got no desire to start an army. Don't like the smell. Okay, my initial impression is they look kind of sad, but I guess that's the natural coloring. So we've got loopy lime and messy mandarin, weirdo watermelon and slobberin' strawberry, and scary cherry and barfin' blue raz. Dude, Dr. Rotten, don't describe one of your flavors is barfin'. Come on. Well, I can tell you right now that they're not lying when they say there's 70% less sugar. I don't really know what the value is in having a candy that's absolutely not sweet at all, but Dr. Rotten does, apparently. Okay, so here's what they got right. The texture, very nice gummy worm, chewy texture. I like it. It's a little more solid than a trolley gummy worm, but not in a bad way.
Brutal Moose.
I think that's about all they got. It says about 3.5 servings per container.
What is this?
This is the favorite day Eerie Witch gummy noodles.
What?
Target at the front of the store where they put all the cheap stuff. I kind of have a feeling it's just gonna taste like gummy candy.
Oh my gosh.
You got your noodles and you get oh, I hate this stuff. I don't like the goop. Like the candy goop, I don't like it. What's this? Okay, so I guess I actually have to construct this. You got your noodles here. This is a witch finger, sour apple, and a sour spider. Popping candy, obviously it wouldn't be complete with the popping candy. And then the broth is our edible slime.
Oh, wow.
This is making my teeth hurt just looking at it. I will say it looks very scary. Not only does it look scary, but the idea is scary. How am I supposed to eat it? Fuck. Okay, well, I've got a spoon.
He does that all the time in these videos. He always knocks this shit over.
I'm losing weight
every time,
I don't have
man.
much else to say about it.
It never fails.
For some reason, it felt relevant to mention.
That does not look good at all to me. Ugh.
That is just pure
sugar.
Sugar. It tastes
diabetes.
Like brains. Let me try a different gummy.
I do love me some Brutal Moose though.
It's too much. I'm sure kids would love this, but holy crap. I'll try one of the witch's fingers, I guess. You know, it's really great to be chewing and ingesting this food and look down and see in big letters, contains a bioengineered food ingredient. That sounds safe. This is pure straight sugar, and I'm very curious as to how many people this is supposed to serve. One person should not eat all this. I've eaten too much of it already. It says about 3.5 servings per container, so you're supposed to share this amongst 3.5 children. I think I gotta give it points for being something that you assemble and make like a witch's brew. I think that's a pretty fun idea. I like the inclusion of the Pop Rocks. I haven't had Pop Rocks in a long time, so it's nice to experience those again. But oh my God, it's just straight sugar that mostly tastes like the green apple slime that you put atop it. And it is not, all of the food is not mixing well together in my French fry belly right now.
Ugh.
This one's pretty scary. This is one of the scarier
More
things
candy?
I've had. I think the only thing that rivals it in terms of sweetness is the energy drink. Just for the sheer horror of this one, I'm going to give it a 9 on the spooky scale.
Wow.
Still can't remember if that's a good or a bad thing, but I find it pretty spooky.
It's a bad thing, I believe. Oh, hold on.
Okay, but we're in the home stretch now. Only a few more things. So let's keep this train rolling. Let's get it done.
What else has he got?
Oh my God, it's Mr. Beastables. Limited time Mr. Beast Feastables. Creamy peanut butter jack-o'-lantern. Is anyone Mr. Feast? Did someone take the Mr. Feast name? Is it too late to rebrand myself as Mr. Feast to try and piggyback off this guy's views? I'm pretty sure I tried Mr. Beast's chocolate last year. I don't really remember how I felt about it.
I don't think you liked it.
This is the peanut butter kind, and oh look, lucky me, you can discover 1 of 5 faces. So you can try to collect them all. Okay, I guess it looks different than the one on the package. I bet all the faces are so varied and drastically different. I do really enjoy peanut butter cup though, so let's see. It's okay. I feel like the filling tastes good. It's a little gooey. I don't know if you can see, it's like kind of like a drippy, gooey filling instead of like a Reese's kind of fluffy, soft filling. It tastes fine though, very peanut buttery. The chocolate seems very cheap, and it also melts instantly, like the second I touch it.
Yuck.
The filling's very good though. I like the peanut butter filling. Wouldn't choose it over a Reese's any day, but it's not bad. I don't think I'd like the chocolate by itself, but I think there's a good ratio of filling to chocolate. Balances nicely, and the peanut butter flavor kind of masks the cheapness taste of the chocolate itself. Very rich, generously sized. If I hadn't eaten so much junk food and candy today already, I would likely finish this treat, even though it's not my favorite. As it stands though, it's sound like a good idea. To me, the answer is no.
Oh, dude.
No, it does not. But it has
Yuck.
a witch on it, so it seems Halloweeny.
Caramel
and,
apple
I don't know,
cereal?
Pop culture is good to reference, even if I don't know anything about it.
Ugh.
All right, so here is El Faba's green balls.
What
I'm
is
assuming
that,
these didn't
dude?
Make it into the movie. They look like freeze-dried bag of peas.
Ugh.
Yeah, it tastes gross. It's not as offensive as I was expecting. I think it mostly just tastes like a puffed corn puff cereal, maybe. You know, caramel apple flavored energy drink in the caramel.
Yuck, dude. Yuck, bro. You pour the energy drink in with that cereal. That's disgusting.
Welcome.
I recognize the Democrat.
Let's do the let's see here. Oh shit. History of Halloween. It's that time, man. It's Halloween season.
Coming. There's no escape. On Halloween, the veil between this world and the next will lift. And
Dun
then
dun dun.
all hell breaks loose. People have been scaring each other for as long as there's been a Halloween. But how long is that?
A long time.
Where does it come from? And why do we put on disguises and carve jack-o'-lanterns? To indulge our darkest fears? Unlocking the secrets of Halloween means discovering how it all began thousands of years ago. So lock the doors, dim the lights, and don't be scared as
We'll watch this. I'm ordering food.
Story of
We'll watch
Halloween.
this, and after this, I'm putting a game on, and we're putting game in. So that's what we're doing. So if you want to stick around,
How
stick
can you
around.
describe Halloween without sounding
Say what's up. I'm
insane?
Justin.
Masked children come to our doors and threaten us. In return, we give them candy. But why? Why do we carve faces into fruit, then light candles inside them? And why do we adorn our homes with coffins and tombstones? The truth is, we take great pleasure in scaring ourselves to death.
Halloween is about being someone else. It's about getting outside your own skin. And I
Oh,
think
is it?
we tolerate it because we know it's one night.
This impulse to confront our fears of life and of death and make sport of them, it's ancient, and so are our treasured Halloween traditions. When did Halloween begin?
And its ancient origins go back to the old Celtic calendar. And the old Celtic tribes divided the year between a light half and a dark half. And Samhain, their ancient holiday, was a precursor to our Halloween.
Interesting.
It was the beginning of the dark half.
Thousands of years ago,
The Celts, one of Europe's early tribes, celebrated their Samhain harvest festival with bonfires on the night of October 31st to welcome their new year. For ancient peoples, harvest was a matter of life and death. If crops failed,
yeah,
people
they would die.
starved.
Yeah.
Death was always close.
The harvest time could be a scary time. The days are getting shorter, the nights are getting longer. There may or may not be enough food to last through the winter. So I think
We got
this is
dominoes coming,
where
baby.
This nightmarish quality possibly comes from.
Got dominoes coming.
It's a bit of a warning. You know, it's going to get cold
We're
and dark.
We're eating dinner.
Gather together, come home, and don't send anybody out alone in the dark.
But the Celts believed there was even more to Samhain.
What marked Samhain and this transition from light to dark was that time and space became permeable, flexible. And so that spirits not only of the dead, but of the past or of other realities could sort of wander into our reality, and humans could wander out and get lost in the other world as well.
Dun, dun,
The
dun.
veil between life and death was at its thinnest, and the living and the dead could commingle. And that's at the root of all the Halloween celebrations.
Stories persist
Creepy, huh?
of people on Samhain night getting trapped in the other world.
No.
And of the dead appearing among the living. But the truth is, we know precious little about Samhain. We can only guess that their bonfires likely drew one familiar Halloween icon. A thing familiar, yet frightening to many. The bat.
Before there was electricity, the only way you would have seen a bat would have been by the firelight. And in fact, you probably would have seen it around the fire because bats eat insects, and insects are attracted to the light.
Yeah, makes sense.
Bats come out at night.
Makes sense.
And nighttime was scary time. So if bats are the best and baddest part of your Halloween,
Night times are scary times.
Credit ancient people like the Celts.
What does that even mean?
And they weren't the only ancient culture with creepy traditions. Others also looked to their dead.
Who?
Many cultures sort of set aside a day or a couple of days to ritually celebrate and recognize the dead. An interesting thing is that you find a lot of them at about the same time period, especially in agricultural societies, because if you think about it, you know, spring things come up out of the ground, they're very green, you harvest in the middle of the summer.
Interesting, and then
towards
fall,
the fall, and when it
things
gets towards
die.
winter, things die.
Huh.
How did these ancient traditions survive into our modern
I guess I never really thought of that before,
In
actually.
Western culture,
It
they
make-
were preserved
it makes a good
by,
point.
of all people, Christians. In a bizarre twist of history, as Christianity spread, it adopted and reimagined pagan folk ways rather than try to stamp them out.
Yeah, to
This made it easier
bring
to
in more
convert
followers,
pagans.
yeah.
A key pagan festival destined to get a Christian makeover was Lemuria, when celebrants placated the dead, culminating on May 13th.
Of all the different days that they have in the Roman calendar to celebrate the dead, it was the spookiest. So on the Lemuria, what are called the larvae, the ghosts of the departed, would come up and haunt people.
To quell the dead, pagan Romans poured milk onto their graves or offered them little cakes.
Huh.
But the church co-opted Lemuria in 609 AD, turning May 13th into All Saints' Day, a day to honor the most holy of dead Christians.
Setting aside
Hold on, what day?
This day was an attempt to Christianize this very pagan festival, and yet at the same time what it did was it kept a lot of the same themes going.
So they moved Halloween from May 13th to October
The Christianized
31st?
version of Lemuria was such a success that church leaders made a decision that
All
eventually
Saints' Day?
gave rise to Halloween.
Yeah.
They moved All Saints, or Hallows Day, to November 1st to drain the life out of pagan Samhain.
Interesting.
Because Samhain fell on the night of October 31st, before All Hallows Day on November 1st, people started calling Samhain All Hallows Evening, the evening before All Hallows Day.
Weird.
This shortened into All Hallows Even, and finally, into Halloween. And then, to be safe, the church went one step further. adding a holiday to honor not just saints, but everyday Christians. November 2nd became All Souls Day, a church-sanctioned holiday to honor the departed.
Huh, All Souls Day.
This is real important for Halloween because this is where Halloween gets its association with dead souls, death, and the supernatural again.
So thank the church for inspiring the creepy essentials of Halloween. But wait, there's more. The church also helped establish the tradition of trick-or-treating, sort of. It all started during the Middle Ages on All Souls Day, when priests told Christians to pray for souls trapped between heaven and hell in a netherworld they called purgatory.
Purgatory was not a pleasant place. It's not hell. It's not as bad as hell is, but it's still probably pretty fiery. Souls are kind of suffering there. Luckily, there is something that you could do. You could offer up prayers for them.
How did souls get out of purgatory? According to the church, if enough prayers were offered, a soul would fly up into heaven. This led to a medieval custom that bears more than a striking resemblance to our modern trick-or-treat. Children would go souling, begging for soul cakes, spiced cakes filled with raisins. In return for these treats, the beggars would offer up prayers for souls trapped in purgatory.
Interesting. Huh.
While this forerunner to trick-or-treat became a preoccupation for medieval Christians,
That's
so did another future essential of
did not know
Halloween.
that.
Witches.
It made perfect sense for people in medieval times to believe that there were demons and witches.
I did not know that.
If there were
That's
demons and witches and they were
fascinating,
responsible
actually.
for bad things in the world, it made sense.
But they
that
would
you
pray
hunt
for
them down
souls
and you
for
kill them.
treats.
That was their worldview.
A witch panic in the 16th century helped establish the look of the character that, for many, epitomizes Halloween. Almost always women, witches were seen as in league with Satan.
They were probably the healers who had cures and folklore and passed down orally through generations. And at some point, that becomes very suspicious for whatever reason to the religious people around them. And a lot of the symbols that were associated with these women, who probably often lived alone, may have been somewhat eccentric, of course, end up becoming associated with witches.
Over time, as more and more women were accused of witchcraft, their practical kitchen tools acquired sinister dimensions and became model Halloween icons.
The broomstick?
Even something as mundane as a broom became an instrument of evil, as well as handy transportation.
Dude, why a broom, though?
Another accessory in every witch's lair was
It makes you wonder, you know?
devilish potions.
A cauldron.
The cauldron.
Yes.
Cauldrons become very popular. Again, it was something
A
that
witch's
every
brew.
household had in medieval ages. It was your basic cooking implement.
The pointed witch's hat was a variation on a medieval countrywoman's hat. And, of course, the mysterious lurking killer with the glowing eyes, the cat.
It's not surprising that cats are associated with witches and Halloween. Cats can
Why?
be a little enigmatic. You don't really know what's going on in their head. Also, they used to hang out near the hearth and by the brooms, so they became associated with witchcraft and with Halloween.
Cats? Dude?
Black
Come on.
cats and witches, graveyards and ghosts. The spooky elements of America's great Gothic holiday were taking shape. These ghoulish icons would soon make their way to the New World, where they'd help create the extravaganza we know today.
Halloween. I'm getting confused on why we went from cakes to praying to
Bonfires,
this.
worshiping the dead,
I don't get the jump
begging
there.
for treats. The elements of our modern Halloween were
And what
haunting
was
Europe
and
at
what
the
was the
dawn of the 17th
what was the
century.
trick? What
But
was
they
the trick
hadn't
to all
yet
that?
collected into a spooky secular holiday. History would now start consolidating them.
Well, the treat
and
was the
give life
cakes.
to an odd celebration of death.
But what was the trick?
It's death that makes this holiday. Whether it's the threat of death if there is a bad harvest, the end of one order, the beginning of a new. This idea of the endless cycle of life and death and renewal is part of a lot of holidays, not just Halloween.
This period saw the continued influence of one of Halloween's most colorful icons, the mask.
Ordinance of the Mask.
In tandem with another Halloween tradition, destructiveness. Rowdy beggars at All Hallows Eve also guzzled their share of alcohol.
Okay.
And demands for food and drink became more threatening.
I don't get
Masks helped hide their identities. These boundaries between the living and the dead, and between society's rules and anarchy, were tested as day turned to night.
I open the blinds up a little bit.
In Britain, they got into some very particular forms that involved dressing in costumes and going house to house to present these little plays. And at the end of the performance, they would be rewarded with food and sometimes money.
It makes sense.
Was this trick or treat? Not quite, but the resemblance was there. In 17th century England, many of these customs survived only in rural areas, but they would soon turn up in the city streets, thanks to a pro-Catholic terrorist named Guy Fawkes. On November 5th, 1605, Fawkes tried to blow up London's House of Lords with 36 kegs of gunpowder.
Guy Fawkes was tried, found guilty, and hanged. And according to legend, his body was then drawn and quartered, and the pieces were thrown into a fire.
The next year, on the anniversary of the failed plot, and every year that followed, the children of London mocked the memory of Guy Fawkes by causing chaos in the streets, parading, begging, and building bonfires. Today, all over England, this is called Guy Fawkes Day, or Bonfire Night.
Now, Guy Fawkes Day fell on November 5th, which is very close to Halloween, so a lot of the energy that was focused on Halloween sort of shifted toward Guy Fawkes Day.
While it wasn't our Halloween yet, it had all the signs. Children and adults alike taking advantage of the darkness and letting loose. But would this pagan form of celebration make its way across the Atlantic to disrupt the sanctuary of the New World?
Probably,
Not
most
if
likely.
colonial Puritans had their way.
The Puritan worldview was very much informed by the Bible. And in the Bible, you do find not only God, but the devil.
I kind of sit down on the
demons,
couch and watch
angels,
this.
The whole sort of spread of
I
supernatural
can.
beings. This is really what they're focused on. Pernicious, evil forces.
The supernatural was a dark, menacing force, not a harmless superstition worthy of inspiring a holiday. Despite their efforts to kill the Halloween tradition before it took hold, there were a few Guy Fawkes celebrations that made their way to the shores of America.
Yeah, well, I'm waiting for my food to get here and stuff, so I mean, we're gonna chill out for a little bit. I don't need to, you know, I'm here. I don't need to.
Snippets here and there, people celebrating or having a costume party or something, but it's very difficult to actually pin that to something we would call capital H Halloween.
I'm chilling on the couch for a little bit.
Not even so much a party, but just a small gathering where they told ghost stories around a fire.
But now, one more spooky standby.
What is it?
Would join witches and skeletons in a macabre Halloween dance. By the mid-19th century, America was primed for a much darker holiday.
Civil War? Is it the Civil War? I believe it's the Civil War, right? Isn't it? It is. Jeez, dude.
So many unclaimed, unknown dead bodies that the Civil War left behind that this country was obsessed with that. And mostly it was that so many of these soldiers died unknown. We don't know what happened to them. So there was a huge sense of they could come back. Maybe they're not dead. It makes perfect sense that people would tell more ghost stories.
Damn.
Very
That's crazy.
were about people coming back home.
It's at this time that America's Halloween
Wow.
story really begins. After the Civil War, when Scots and Irish immigrants brought their
That almost didn't look real.
Halloween customs with them, they helped to establish even more American Halloween traditions.
For the Scots, it was a little bit of a scarier note. Until fairly late, we're still talking about the appearance of bogies on Halloween.
Bogies?
Or boogeymen.
Oh.
Amorphous, pestering ghosts that plagued children, hiding under beds or capping on windows, or lurking by a gate or turnstile.
There was a belief that there was a bogey on every stile, which meant on Halloween night you could cross any gate and there might be something sitting there waiting to get you.
Creepy.
Halloween's signature symbol, the jack-o'-lantern, also began as a European tradition.
Hold on.
But the prototype wasn't carved from a pumpkin. It was engraved like a character named Jack-o'-lantern.
I told you you're getting pizza. That's a good point. Actually, the white sheet on the white dead body. Oh, behave, behave. That's pretty crazy that they were going that crazy back in the day. The kids were, that they're like burning down cities and shit just for Halloween. Crazy, dude. Wild. I had a Halloween parade when I was a kid. Every single year we had Halloween parade as a kid growing up in elementary school. We like parade around the town like a block or two in our Halloween costumes. We did that. I did that. Interesting. That's crazy. That's wild. You boys. You boys. That's pretty crazy though. How that all worked out. That's crazy, bro. That's wild. Yeah, to say the least. Oh yeah, 100%. Ooh. Ooh. I don't like that. Well, who was the new face? Who was it?
We've had this business for 10 years now, and we really wanted to make it special, so we decided to open a year-round permanent store with ultimate spooky shopping environment. It really puts people in the mood to shop for Halloween.
Halloween stuff is all over the store, but the heart of Halloween Town's business is masks.
All year round too. It's crazy.
Dozens of masks. We have the best zombies you can find, the best clowns.
Masks and disguises have always been great ways to let you off the hook in terms of your behavior. When acting out on a holiday like Halloween, of course, it's
Whoa.
When I was a kid, I loved masks, but usually all you could find at the local stores were crappy plastic, flimsy masks that lost their shape. But as time went on, they've really evolved into an art form where there's a lot of time spent in the sculpting and the painting. And now it's to the point where you can get an expensive, high-end mask that almost rivals movie quality.
I bet.
Wayne Toff would know. He's a special effects artist for major motion pictures.
We have a lot of customers that like higher-end stuff or high-quality stuff, so we go out of our way to get that. We have high-end costumes, fancy jackets, and all kinds of accessories you really couldn't find anywhere else. We try and make it so no matter what you're looking for, you can find it here.
Today's upscale masks and costumes are a far cry from the generic devils, witches, skeletons, and ghosts of the 1960s. But that's the decade when the Halloween wardrobe began to change. Hollywood started to influence what kids wore, transforming them into their favorite TV and movie characters. Today, that trend has escalated to an obsession. Film franchises like A Nightmare on Elm Street,
Bah.
inspiring growing
Yeah. I haven't been to a Halloween store in a long time, but I imagine their masks are pretty crazy nowadays. Like I imagine they have some crazy masks nowadays than they used to. Like I can only imagine. I haven't been to a Halloween store forever.
Halloween has become a huge adult activity, and I don't think that was the case 50, 60 years ago.
Yeah, you think?
Specific days set aside where you can be somebody that you normally aren't. You can get nice masks, you can wear clothes you would never wear during the rest of the year, and
Oh, whoa, hey, I don't know about that one. Is that Edward? Edward, is that you? It looks like Edward. It did look like Edward. It really did, actually. Like, no bullshit. Mm. I'll be working. Yeah, true. Wow. That's crazy. It's a lot. I also haven't been to haunted house in a very long time either. Hold on. When did haunted houses become popular though? I want to know when how. Okay, whatever. Of course. I wanted to know the other thing though. That's some bullshit. What was? Whoa, hello. Hello. What? No, come on. Officer. No, come on. That's not true. Uh,
I grew up hearing about razor blades and apples myself, and it's clearly what we would call a contemporary legend. Another term is urban legend. But there's a great societal unease about this idea that we're telling our kids to go
yeah, I
strangers.
never.
So there's a lot of stories about razor blades or the apples and these sorts of things.
I never witnessed that either myself. So.
Did razor blade and apples ever happen? I believe there are a couple of cases, but of course you can ask which came first, the story or the action.
That was pretty interesting little. That was a little interesting. Not gonna lie. I had no idea about any of that stuff. That was pretty crazy, actually. Hey, what? Hold on. Yeah, what she said. Do it more often. Oh, okay. Whoa, what was that about? Do we know? Wow. No way. No way he reacted to it. Oh shit. He fucking reacted to it. Wow. Dude, that's crazy. Bro. Dude, that's great. That's great, bro. That's great. I love it. They're still rioting outside the ice facility. Is crazy, bro. I thought they broke up the Antifa outside ice. What? Dude. Wow, okay then. Wow. Almost 6 months she's been out there. That's wild. How? How do you spend 6 months protesting? No, never. It kind of just tastes like peppermint. Since July, bro. How? How? How do you afford that? That's what I don't get. How does he afford to do that? How does he afford to be out there that long to protest? For real. That's pretty big. Why though? Jeez, dude. Go fuck yourself. Blah blah blah. Good, arrest them all. Arrest all these people. Arrest them all. For real. That would suck. My whole aura. You're in a public place. Okay, well, I mean, yikes. Come on. For what? Oh, for what? What are they gonna come for me for? Why are they coming after me? What did I do? Right. What? I don't know about that one. Really? That's crazy, huh? What? Who's telling her this, though? Who's telling her that, you know? That's a lot of people out there. A lot of people out there. He seems pretty crazy. That's great, dude. Those guys. Fiery, huh? Shit. That's great. And just spark up a ball as they. That's good shit, man. Hmm. Dude, come on, man. How lost do you have to be, bro? Oh my goodness, man. That's probably true. Oh my gosh. No. Uh. Wow. My hands are registered. That's great. Right. Interesting. Interesting. Everybody's a victim. It's true though. Victim Olympics. Ouch. In the last 20 years? Holy cow, bro. That's crazy, though, for real. That's crazy. That's during the shutdown. That's wild. Yeah, the states haven't even heard of them really. Do you really want to know? Ouch. They're down 8 points, bro. Wow. They won't put -8. Oh man. Look at this. Look at this. That was great. I like it. They never will. Oh man. Oh. So that's yes. So that's yes. Dude, they're doing it on purpose, bro. They're doing it on purpose. Look at this. Look at this. All right. I think it's almost time to put on a game on, I think. Dude, it's too good, bro. Dude, it's too good, bro. Dude, even the vice president's talking about it. This is great. Dude, this is great. Even the vice president's talking about it. It's amazing. It's amazing. Photoshop and ketchup. Oh, is that real? Dude, he's so pissed, bro. It's so great. He's so mad. Yeah, he's roasting you, dude, by shocking your dog, man. No. I agree, bro. All right, it's time to game. We're gaming now. I had enough. I'm done watching videos on YouTube. It's time to hit that sweet, sweet gaming spot. We've been streaming now for a while, bro. I've been on now for at least almost 3 hours, dude. Told you it's been a good stream tonight. Oh, no way. They added Outer Worlds 2 to Game Pass. Oh, no way. Oh, 77 gigs to install this game, though. How fast is it going to install it? I usually have good download speed just from the fact that I have good internet. So let's see how fast I can download it. I should be able to download it pretty fast. It shouldn't take too long to download this game, actually, believe it or not. Even with me streaming. We're already at 2 gigs already, see? Already at 5 gigs already. We barely even got the game even loaded up. I mean, come on now. I mean, internet's going pretty quickly. You gotta admit, the internet's doing pretty good. I feel like I get more out of this game if I download it really quick, but I don't know how fast I'm gonna be able to download this game. That's the thing. It's at 15 gigs. I mean, it's going pretty fast. I guess we can go on YouTube for a little bit longer and see what's on YouTube. We can go on YouTube for a little bit longer while this game downloads. I do want to play Outer Worlds 2, though. I do want to play it. It's a brand new game.
Thanks. You got.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Some of your Democratic colleagues have said that they will be deferring their paychecks during the shutdown as federal employees, congressional staff, Capitol police go without pay. As October comes to a close, what have you decided to do with your paycheck this month?
I'll have more to say about that shortly, but this is an issue that I expect we'll discuss at the WIP meeting tomorrow. Thanks.
Really need some. I got 45 subs, man. We really need some more subs on my YouTube channel, though. For real. We got 45. I mean, that's 3. I started out with 42, so I mean, we're doing a little better than what we were.
Didn't find any buildings that resembled a prison or, and again, the secret destiny.
Got 6 minutes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Easy, easy, easy. Easy, easy, easy. Easy, 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 easy peasy, squeezy. I'm just waiting for this game to download real quick. We're at 28 gigs on the download. We're halfway there. 60 minutes will get this stream shut down instantly. Antique Roadshow. 30 gigs. It's really happening, huh? What's this about?
It's an invasive species.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Here's your meme of the day, brought to you guys by 5mind.com. I'm just loving this new era that President Trump has created. You know, very similar to how Barack Obama created a culture, a new age pretentious leftism that kind of realigned the globe. It feels like President Trump's doing the same thing, just the exact opposite. And you know, with Obama, it felt like an American apology tour, right? We're sorry. It was obviously insincere, but it was just pathetic and weak. Meanwhile, with this president, it's the exact opposite. He exudes strength, patriotism, pride. It's unapologetic Americana. And I just freaking love it. Because what does America have to be ashamed of? Very little. You know, sure, there's unfortunate moments throughout history, but that applies to every country on the globe.
Facts.
If there's one country that should be leading the world, if there's one country that has led the world, that's fought and bled for everything
America.
good, it's freaking America, baby.
Yeah.
And so no more apologizing. No more lectures. No more pseudo-intellectual academic bullcrap. No freaking UFC fights on the White House lawn. And more diplomatic trips like this Japan trip. That's just absolutely epic. And I think inspiring the globe, inspiring the Japanese people to push forward towards greatness instead of getting stuck and dwelling on the past. And you know, considering the current state that Japan's in, the current state of stagnation that the Japanese economy's in, this is exactly what they need. I want to talk about this new era and President Trump's diplomatic presence on the world stage. Let me show you guys some of the most epic moments from this trip, and of course let's have a conversation relating to the more macro elements here. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. Alright folks, so it all started with this absolutely epic moment. You know, speaking of unapologetic American strength, this is exactly what I mean.
Damn.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the
Damn,
does it
dude.
get any more epic than that? You know, some people recoil at this stuff. They see President Trump walking out at these UFC events or some of his other, you know, epic entrances or moments, always leaning on patriotic American songs. Some people see that and they don't like it. They're self-loathing,
Why?
you
It's
know?
weird.
But not only do I like
It's
it,
pretty
I
dope.
love it. And you know, it's not just theatrics. It's not just using patriotism as a political
It's
shtick.
a little bit.
It's freaking real.
It's a
I
little
think there's
bit. It's a little
substance
bit. It's a little
behind
bit.
it, especially in moments like these. Showing up in Japan, boarding the USS George Washington.
Yeah, but he
and just
knows,
displaying
though.
strength and ceremony, alliance.
He knows
this is
what
the
he's
kind of stuff that
doing.
inspires people. And it's also a massive sign of respect. This is how you build bridges. This is how you strengthen alliances. And that's exactly what President Trump is doing on this Japanese trip. Here's another wholesome moment.
Unlike past administrations, we will not be politically correct. You don't mind that, do you? When it comes to defending the United States, we're no longer politically correct. We're going to defend our country
There you go.
any way we have to. And
Good.
That's usually not the politically correct way.
Who cares?
From now on, if we're in a war, we're going to win the war. We're going to win it like nobody ever before. You know, we'd go in, we'd blast the hell out of countries. We'd go in, we'd win, and then we'd leave. They used to say, to the victor belong the spoils. Well, we'd be the victor, then we'd leave. We had people that didn't know what the hell they were doing. But we're also very honored to be joined by hundreds of our incredible Japanese partners, and they are incredible. Thank you very much. Thank you. This woman, that's right. This woman is a winner. So, you know, we've become very close friends all of a sudden because their stock market today and our stock market today hit an all-time high. That means we're doing something right.
Wow.
But the cherished alliance between the United States and Japan is one of the most remarkable relationships in the entire world.
Wow,
Really,
man.
there's never been anything like it. Born out of the ashes of a terrible war, our bond has grown over 8 decades into the beautiful friendship that we have. It's a foundation of peace and security in the Pacific. So on behalf of all American
Thank you.
sailors stationed in this beautiful country, let's hear it for our allies and the Japanese self-defense forces and all of the Japanese people that we love and respect. And I have such respect for Japan and the country. And now I have a really great respect for the new and incredible Prime Minister. And I have to say this, the first female Prime Minister in the history of Japan.
This is a president that knows when to go big and when to be gracious. He's building bridges again.
Yeah, he's
here.
not wrong.
He's signaling alliance. He's giving the Japanese prime minister her moment to shine. He's putting her on a pedestal.
And she's
but
a
most
female.
importantly, elevating American-Japanese relations. And this stuff works. It seems corny, but it works. It delivers the goods. It creates the perfect optics. And of course, all the diplomatic work that President Trump is engaging in, it's delivering results. That's the most important thing. You got billions of dollars of investment, a lot of it actually coming from Japan as well, not to mention the peace deals that he's negotiating across the world. And yet the left keeps telling us that he torches relationships, right? Gavin Newsom declared Donald Trump an invasive species.
That means he's an invasive species.
What?
For California. For the country. For the world. He's a wrecking ball, not just the symbolism and substance of the
Hold
East
on,
Wing.
what?
He's wrecking alliances, truth, trust,
Wow.
tradition, institutions.
He's destroying our
That's
traditions
crazy
and
they're
our
saying that.
relationships and our alliances.
That's so
and everybody
crazy
hates
they're
him.
saying that,
you know,
dude.
Maybe sure that applies to, I don't know, Canada. The
How do
United
you say
Kingdom,
that about this
although
guy?
The United Kingdom has certainly been kissing
That's
his
what I don't
toes
get.
lately, but that's not true for the whole world. And even these pathetically weak globalist nations with these dying, decaying left-wing cultures.
How do
they
you
talk a
say
big
that about
game,
this
right?
man?
But
That's
then when
how-
they're in the
I-
same room
that
as
makes no
President
sense,
Trump,
dude.
They're
Makes
kissing the damn
no
ring.
sense,
It's a total
bro.
myth. This idea that President Trump's a laughing stock. In 2016, to a certain extent, that was more true. Just like when that German delegation at the UN laughed at President Trump on stage when he was warning them about their reliance on Russian energy. But now who's laughing? They claim President Trump has lost credibility, but he's the most credible man on the world stage. He's got his credentials. People know not to mess with him, not to F with him. He's been right about so many things, and they know that when he says something, he freaking means it. And then you got people who disrespect him
Not
and
wrong.
continuously earn stupid prizes. This is not a president that has lost credibility. It's not a president that's a laughing stock. This is a president that
That
exudes
takes
competence
serious,
and
yeah,
strength on the
I
world
say.
stage. And everybody knows it. You can't convince me otherwise. That's why we've got
They're not
nations
wrong.
begging to deal with this president. Look at what was caught on that hot mic moment with Indonesia's president. People are dying to get in America's good graces. Sure, you've got the globalist outliers. You've got Trump derangement syndrome running rampant in Canada. You got the champagne socialist leaders who scoff at President Trump. But all those countries, and so they can laugh all they want, claim that
Yeah,
Donald
he's definitely he's old energy, man. I'm telling you. It's old energy. That's what it is.
The questions are a little bit weird, so don't get triggered. You're not very brat, are you?
Okay, this is stupid.
All right, got it.
Ask American with Edgar.
Oh, you're right.
Are you filming that? You gonna show that on
Can we
tape?
talk in a minute?
Yeah.
Can you wait your turn?
Yeah, that's right.
Mood is electric here at the Warner Theater. Kamala Harris is here to talk about her new book, 107 Days, recounting her election, shall we say, fiasco. It's sold out. The hoi polloi are here. The tickets are very expensive. Do you want fun questions or edgy questions?
Edgy.
Ooh. Kamala Harris wanted Pete Buttigieg as her vice presidential pick, but she chose Tim Walz instead. Why does she prefer closeted gays? Uh-oh, gotta go.
Hey, he's a nice guy.
Nothing wrong with being gay. Yeah, no need to be homo-walsophobic. Successful campaigns require money and time.
What?
Why was the book called 107 Days and not $1.5 billion? Kamala Harris's campaign received $1.5 billion. Why are you paying for tickets? Megan Thee Stallion was paid $5 million to sing and twerk at a Kamala Harris
That's
event.
$5 million.
Ass meat sway the American
She got
voter.
paid $5 million for that.
If she got paid $5 million, how much per twerk was it? I'm gonna practice my own undulating ass meat. Can you rate? me on a
That's
scale of 1 to 10?
crazy, bro.
Is one good or is one bad?
One's number one, baby. Kamala called Trump racist.
Yeah.
Kamala called Biden racist. Which racist did you vote for in 2020?
I voted for Biden.
See the better racist? Tim Walz and Gwen Walz met at school. They were both teachers.
Okay.
Do you think they ever did it on top of a desk?
Okay, this is stupid.
All right, got it. Undulating ass meat, boy, it is so very sweet. I found it on 13th Street. Undulating ass meat. All right, can we rag on Joe Biden just a little bit?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Did Kamala give a laminated copy of her book to Joe Biden in case he drools on it?
No.
She laughed. Of this campaign, never overlook.
So our guest is ready now. I want to give you this. Can you read a little bit of her introduction? Some of those words are in Aramaic, so they're kind of hard to read.
Oh yeah,
Aramaic.
All right, me, I'm Adelson, born October 10th, 1945, in Tel Aviv to Polish Jewish Holocaust survivors.
Yeah.
Grew up in Haifa. Earned a BSc in microbiology.
Oh, we got
and
it.
Genetics from Hebrew.
We got it. Our Worlds 2. Let's go. Here we go. Oh, hold on. That's not what I want. I want over here. Oh, come on. Really? Hold on a second here. Hold on. Don't worry, I'll get it. It's generating shaders right now. I need to get it over here. It may take a few minutes, it's saying. Come on, shaders, let's go. Trying to get the shaders loaded, baby. I want to play. I'm actually excited to play this game. I've been waiting. I played the first one. I still own shaders. And there's no option. It just says loading shaders. There is no. I can't like do anything. Usually you can mess around in the menu, but this one you can't do anything on. It's still loading shaders. Jeez. Come on, shaders. They're almost loaded. They're close. They're almost there. They're getting really close to being loaded. About like 70% there, I would say, for shaders. They're playing Outer Worlds 2. Woo! Ooh. My shorts kind of pop off a little bit. I mean, I got 9,000 views. I'm trying to get paid off YouTube, man. I'm getting there though. We got some subs up too and stuff. So I mean, I'm happy about that. We got some subs, so I'm happy about that. For real, for real. Shaders are almost there. They're almost loaded in. We're like 80% there, I would say, right now in shaders. We're getting close. Oh, we're so close. Oh, right, 90% there. We almost got shaders loaded in. They're almost there. Oh no, the shaders are loaded in. Come on, we're there. Hold on. No, 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 no. Oh, come on.
To real-world dystopian corporate-branded hellscapes are purely coincidental. I'm the Moon Man.
Come on.
You know me from such business entities as Spacer's Choice or its parent company, Universal Defense Logistics. Yeah, I'm kind of a big deal. But I won't bore you with how I became the galaxy's most beloved and recognizable spokesmoon. You're here to choose options from a menu. Well, have I got menu options for you?
Oh, I can't even, like, dude, what's going on right now? Oh, I can't even.
Commander, we've been hit by one of those space anomalies.
Buddy?
And the piloting system is down.
Buddy.
The astrogator's gears are shot.
Get a hold of yourself. You're an Earth Directorate agent.
Affirmative, Commander.
It's so
What are the
stupid.
orders?
Brace for impact.
Unable to brace for impact.
Is it the end for Commander Zane and Buddy? Tune in next week to find out.
From one side of the galaxy to the next, the Earth Directorate is on your side.
So I can do it.
Whether against corrupt corporations, tyrannical governments, or corrupt corporations in league with tyrannical governments. The Earth Directorate is here to fight for the rights of all colonists.
I should work.
So remember, if you or your neighbor's government has turned tyrannical or sold themselves out to greedy corporate interests, just commandeer a skip drone and send the Earth Directorate an SOS, and we will respond immediately.
Please allow 6 months to 10 years, depending on your proximity to the nearest Earth Directorate base and any unforeseen encounters.
Earth Directorate. Greetings, Earth Unlock mission briefing. Please provide permanent visual identities. Ex-convict. You never cared for Earth. You provide. You're lucky. I'm gonna be innovative, or yeah. And then we're gonna do. We do leadership. No. Yeah, we do leadership. Leadership and speech. What's the name gonna be? Justin. Story mode. No, we're doing normal. Let's see what this is like though. Let's see what Outlaws 2 is all about, shall we? It should be a decent game. It shouldn't be too bad.
Commander, I know we're rarely of the same mind where tactics are concerned, but you're the best agent we've got for, let's say, our unofficial missions. And few are as unofficial as this one. Your destination, the Arcadian system, is the source of all skip drive manufacturing. However, they also fall outside our legal jurisdiction, a fact which no doubt makes this mission all the more intriguing to you. We have recently discovered that the drives are somehow responsible for the dangerous rift anomalies, the tears in the fabric of space itself. Without skip drives, interstellar travel is impossible. I'll not waste either of our time reviewing how the end of civilization would affect your personal prospects. Your mission is to rendezvous with DeVries, our forward agent, and assist her in retrieving the information needed to determine exactly how the skip drives caused the rift anomalies. But be advised, if you or any member of your team are captured, you will be on your own. There will be no rescue. We cannot afford for this to turn into an intergalactic incident. Agent DeVries will be contacting you shortly to coordinate your plan of action.
I know you'll always do what serves you best. In fact, I'm counting on just that. May the law and your unerring sense of self-preservation guide you and your team.
This game looks crazy. Hold on. Windowed. Keep and then whoop and then whoop and then whoops. Okay. And then window full screen. Apply. Keep. And then we'll keep this. I got 120. Keep. Oh, this is not, hold on here, let's see here. Let's see here.
Commander, hi. Agent Pascal told me to bring you your new model.
This is rough, dude. I'm not sure this is even gonna fly. For real.
Model tactical time dilation device. They say these newfangled ones cost 9.
I don't know why it said it would run fine in this.
10.25% less brain damage than the old ones. You put one over on the new guy. We were told agents use these all the time in the field to slow everything down, give you a tactical advantage. They say the way it works is like, well, you know how parts of your brain can become damaged if you're in suspended animation too long? It kind of does the same thing. no, they don't simulate it. It's the real McCoy. The lab coats swear it's perfectly safe. Science is amazing, ain't it? Listen to me rambling on. So, well, anyway, here you go. Look, Commander, truth be told, I asked to deliver it to you. I was just hoping to get a moment to ask you for a pointer or two, you know, on how to be a great agent like yourself. Because, well, you're a legend. And the other agents, well, let's just say they disagree on just how I should go about it. Because you all know so much more than me, and I don't want to mess things up. But Skin likes to joke around about everything. But I like it when she says it's all about looking out for those who can't defend themselves. But Sandoval, he laughs at that. Says we gotta save people because they're too stupid to save themselves, and that we got righteousness on our side. Yeah, there's some advice worth taking to heart. Anyway, thanks for
This will be remembered. Okay.
I forgot to tell you. It's near time for Agent DeVries to establish contact. She's like you, top tier, one of the Earth Directorate's best.
Okay.
I know you'll like her. Anyway, we ought to be getting down to the main room and open up the channel. Paul should come through at the console. Sure faster than taking the stairs.
There'll be time for chat after the meeting.
Hold on, where? Hold on.
No need to wait on my account, Commander. I'll join you in just a tick.
Okay.
Commander, your credentials are required to open the channel with Agent DeVries. Yours are currently located in your cabin.
Where?
Don't worry, you're not the only one who needs their gray matter rewired after hibernating our way through.
Hold on.
Skip space, Commander. Door out of commission again? Best accustom yourself to crawling through the vents, I suppose.
How do I, Oh, where am I going here? Okay, I gotta go up. Like over here? Oh, where am I going now? Isn't this it? No, it's not it. Hold on, where am I?
Your cabin door appears jammed, Commander. I've made an internal note for Agent Ibarra to look into the cause. In the interim, you will need to find another way in.
Junk items can be broken down for crafting materials and sold to vendors. A cigarette lighter. We're playing Outer Worlds 2. I got my credentials. On map screen, you can view areas, discover rocks, exploring medications, hit by the fog of war, which automatically reveals as you travel. Incognito. Where's my Am I missing anything else? Okay. Well, I got my credentials, so...
Commander, considering the danger and consequence of the mission we're about to undertake, I hope you'll forgive the lack of pleasantries. Arcadia is ruled by a dictatorship that calls itself the Protectorate. They are beyond secretive. However, it is their inability to even imagine that someone could infiltrate their system.
What do we gotta do?
An advantage. One I've found a way to exploit spectacularly. As unbelievable as it may sound, once you make your way to my location in the Skip Labs, we will be liberating an unsealed Skip core. And you know what I'm speaking of. But the whole story about the explosive seals being necessary to complete the circuit so they'll function? Well, it's a lie. The seals are just there to conceal the inner workings of the drive so no one else can duplicate them.
No.
Examining an unsealed one will be invaluable in helping our lab coats figure out how they cause the rifts. But you first need to make your way to the station proper from the landing pad. Hopefully none. Our mission's timing is fortuitous. Most of the sector security was reassigned to the far side of the station in preparation for the imminent visit of their sovereign's family. They decommissioned several landing pads, including ours, to give them fewer points of entry to guard, giving us fewer chances to be intercepted. You'll just need to reroute power to open the door to the sector once you've landed. Once you gain access to the sector, you'll need to shut down their communications to keep them from alerting anyone to our presence. Then, you'll need to handle their combat mechs. I've managed to leave caches of tools and intel for you throughout the sector.
Okay.
I'd take advantage of all of them, were I you. This may sound simple, but I cannot stress this enough. Do not underestimate the danger we face.
Come on, Agent. Haven't you heard? We're the best and brightest. We infiltrate corrupt governments before breakfast most days.
Do you think this is some kind of joke?
Oh.
The Protectorate are the worst of the worst, and
she didn't find that funny. Listen here, lady.
If you're lucky. They think nothing of regularly chemically lobotomizing their own subjects for even the slightest error. Your life isn't the only one at risk here.
Hear you loud and clear, Commander. Will do.
You better. You've no idea what I've sacrificed.
Oh my gosh.
To sacrifice still. I've spent the better part of a year laying the groundwork for this mission. I don't need a team led by some self-serving raconteur who plays fast and loose with the rules whenever it suits them, fouling it up.
Wow.
Yes, of course. You are in command here. I apologize if I allowed my nerves to get the better of me. It will not happen again. I promise you.
Yeah, please. Let's not.
My absence will be noticed soon. Once you land, I'll patch in over comms and guide you through the sector.
Augustine! I mean, Agent DeFreeze. I just wanted to say we're all looking forward to working with you.
Who? Niles?
Niles?
Is that you? Law, what are you doing here? It's been so long.
I'm an agent. First assignment. Suppose I look a mite different now. Less grease. Oh, and no more smelling like fuel neither. Most days. Can't wait to see you once this is over, Agent. And good luck.
Same to you.
Oh, okay. Whatever.
Out.
Navigators.
Whatever that was about.
Commander, whenever you're ready to fly us in.
Hold on, where we gotta go now? The cockpit? Oh, now we're playing mouse and key now, so
sure. We're going here, I guess. I don't know. Okay. Where are we?
Commander, Abara and I will secure the building down here, while you're upstairs restoring power to the door.
Agent DeVries's orders still stand.
Mel, did a Sprat get flash fried in here?
You are not just a cog in the machine. You are the cog in the machine that keeps us productive. I may be your sovereign, the protector of Arcadia, and the best.
This game is confusing.
So be diligent, and remember, failure will be met with failure.
We'll hold position until you gain access to the rest of the sector, Commander.
Which is each and every one of you.
Yeah, okay. I mean...
You are not just a cog in the machine. You are the cog in the machine that keeps us productive. I may be your sovereign, the protector of Arcadia, and the So be diligent, and remember.
The electrical system misfired somehow. Security's been triggered. This needs to be dealt with quickly.
You two.
Expiring without permission will result in demerits being assigned.
I'm so...
Commander, we finished our sweep. I'd wager we could use the intercom to call for help, Commander. Must be a guard around here somewhere who can shut the mechs down. Screen's broken, so should be nothing to pass yourself off as one of their own. Always a good idea to have a cover story.
Cadet Warden 4th Class Corbin receiving. It's a glorious day in the Protectorate. How can I serve... Wait a moment. You're calling from landing pad 0-53? That's listed as decommissioned. And yet the defenses have come online? Please be so kind as to inform me of your name and ID number so that I may report you for this infraction. And hurry, please. The transmission of the Sovereign's family's arrival will start any moment. I can can scarce afford the demerits missing it would entail. Mallory? Oh, now I understand.
Huh.
I'd heard you were, that your condition wasn't, optimal. What? I know I shouldn't be asking this, but what was it like? The mental refreshment? No! I mean, yes! Of course! Willingly!
No, I want to try it.
To adequately fulfill my duties to the Sovereign and the Protectorate, I am pleased you have been returned to us as a fully functioning subject. I can't do that. I mean, I would, it's just... You know what, though? In your condition, you're unlikely to even remember this discussion. So it should be of no consequence to me. I will disable the defenses for you, Mallory. But in the off chance you happen to recollect any of this, I beg you never speak of it. And please, do not go around pressing any buttons or fussing with any more whatsits. You wouldn't want to be sent back to... I mean, reassigned again?
Interesting.
Let's not waste time congratulating ourselves. Commander, the situation is becoming more fluid than I'd originally planned for. We've got to change our approach. Split the team to handle comms and security currently.
Good to know DeVries is consistently on edge. Wasn't just me. You'd think she'd never been on a mission before. Everyone knows fluid's about the best you can hope for. Well, sitting here jawing ain't gonna accomplish much. Looks to be central dispatch on the right with security ops on the left. Which you taking, Commander? We'll hit the other. Kinda figured that'd be your choice.
Oh yeah? You thought so?
Ibarra and I'll take security ops, then meet you at the skip labs. We'll stay well out of trouble, won't we, Cadet?
That's right. Like you told me, Commander. Everyone's well...
You know, nice and quiet like.
Some of that newfangled academy training.
I don't know what that was about.
So long as it don't result in us being unceremoniously shot.
Oh, what was that though?
Hear you out.
Being shot certainly part of it.
You really...
Surprise appraisal of our competency.
Jensen and I are in position above the sector, Commander. Path's been cleared. Only accounted for. Should have seen it. Wasn't pretty.
As long as it was done righteously in the name of the Earth Directorate. And the end of all.
Wouldn't stand too close to the airlock when we're back on the ship, Vasco.
Replenishing my grenade. Away! Edging.
You need to sabotage the transformer to disable the failsafe. This will allow you to open the door and proceed. I left the manual in the locker to your right in case you need it.
Oh, the manual where?
Upon which our system is built, but even I can't succeed. So be diligent, and remember, failure will be met with severe consequences.
A blast radius! Beloved subjects, we all know that a structure is only as strong as its basest elements. The dirt.
That was close. I don't know about that one.
Sustain the system.
Restoring the balance. Explosion imminent.
With the oxygen. I don't know what the hell that is. But how do I get up there though? Hold on. Oh, I see it. Never mind. I see.
We're encountering more opposition over here than Debris said we should. Nothing too serious. Any distraction you can provide would be helpful, Commander.
Which is each and every one of
What are you... Blasting Earth Directorate advertising isn't keeping a low profile. Oh, just reconvene with your team outside and get to the skip lab as soon as possible.
Seeking cover.
I don't know where this is going.
Give us a minute. Something's not right.
Whoa. Hold on. What's this doing here?
Whoa.
Was that an explosion? Abara, Pascal, do you copy? Niles, say something.
What the fuck just happened? I see smoke.
Commander, what do I do?
Oh no.
Everything was fine, and then... Law, I think Pascal's hurt. I called out to her, but...
There is a 90% chance Agent Pascal is trapped under rubble. 87% chance she is mortally wounded beyond help. 85% chance she's deceased.
I don't understand. Everything went bad so fast. But we can't stay here. The mission. We've got to complete the mission. On it, Commander. Wouldn't dream of doing less than my Earth Directorate best. Just like you told me. Ain't nobody's getting left behind on my watch. I'm just a bit dizzy at the moment. I'm sure it will pass. Sure hope I find her before the Protectorate sets their lamps on us.
Issuing urgent reminder. Time is of the essence. Please continue on to the skip labs to complete the mission. This unit will assist Agent Abara in his endeavors.
His arm's missing, bro.
Guidelines. An incapacitated agent's equipment is available for team use. Agent Abara's rifle is now yours, Commander.
I realize.
May improve your odds of survival.
I realize his arm is missing.
Commander, guards are closing in on your location. Agent DeVries, we need an updated tactical report. We've got agents down.
No sense. There were no hostiles in the immediate area. No logical cause for that explosion.
aren't you at your post? Has this whole facility gone mad? Something has transpired at Central Dispatch. I've heard gunshots, screams. I fear we may be under attack, but how? This is the Sovereign's Arcadia! What was that broadcast? Seditious madness! I fear I've become a traitor simply by hearing it. And then the explosion! Please, tell me you know what's happening here. Matriarch, your voice. You're the one I spoke to over the intercom, but you're not Maori, which means I let an unauthorized person into the facility. No. I am ruined. You've played me for a fool, talked me into an action that borders on treason. And now, the price must be paid. I'm a loyal subject, I swear. Why would you do this to me? Never. I'll not compound my guilt by helping you further. I'll just wait here for them to come and take me away. It is over for me. I need accept it. I know I'm still a loyal subject, even if no one else does. No, flattery will not work on me. I may not know who or what you are, but I know what I am. A failure, disgrace. There is no help for me.
Well, I need to figure out how to get this bridge down, but I don't know how to. Okay, well.
You're back. Can't you just leave me to my misery? You traitorous swine! You shan't get away with this! I mean, Matriarch, be my witness. I won't allow you to get away with this! Let us just see how you fare against the entirety of this sector's automechs!
What is wrong with you? Maybe if you hadn't wasted time announcing to the whole station that the
what I'm trying to do.
Commander, be on your guard. I'm picking up increased security activity in your area. They'll be at your location at any moment.
It is not our place to question. Commander, can you hear us? Something's wrong. We can't get into the skip lab, and DeVries isn't responding to our comms. In other words, we're trapped out here. So don't count on us for backup. We'll be busy keeping ourselves alive. Don't worry about us. Just get to DeVries and liberate that core so we can get out of here.
Coming off the screen before an orbiter sees it. Take a gander. Advance!
Oh, it's still get the point of this game though, but I'm playing Battlefield. Sorry. Sorry. Hello?
Explosives are in play. Use them to destroy enemy milcoms and be ready to defuse their charges. Now move fast. This is gonna get messy.
Yo, hello? Hello? Oh. Hello? I don't think there's anyone there. Guy. Guy right on fucking point. Right on point. Just chilling right there.
You're not tracking to be mission complete, but you can still turn this around. One more enemy contact. Keep at it.
Dude, what the? Oh, on the side of... You're right on the side of us. Okay. Why isn't... Hello? Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Hey, clock's ticking. You better focus if you want to stay on mission.
Just have, oh, mic, I guess, I don't know. Okay. Okay, I'm giving up. I'm giving up. Damn, we're last.
They got another enemy milcom. That's gonna hurt them.
Are we qualified? Let's go. All right.
Got reinforcements incoming. Time to dial it up. Way to take the fight to him. But remember, you're not done yet. That HVT can blow the op. You need to take them out fast, but be ready for counterattack.
All right.
Target. Track it down. New target. Track it down.
Oh, no way. This guy. On top of the roof. You know, res his boy. No shot, dude. Get real with that. Looks way better.
You got another high-value target inbound. Stump 'em. Heads up. Someone on your squad's got a target on their back.
Key. Woohoo! No way, bro. Hit that shit. Come on now. Night night. Oh, behind. On street, on vehicle in the street. They're pushing up, I believe.
Another high-value target inbound. Dump them.
We're down 1 point, by the way. We need 1 point. Jeez, dude, damn it.
It's over. Your squad's RTU'd. Better luck next time. Oh, why I still say I'm on that for? Oh, let's get it. Match your fingers. Listen up. Act fast, act smart. Mission briefs incoming.
No, nothing.
What up?
What up?
Alright, listen up. Explosives are in play. Use them to destroy enemy milcoms.
How you enjoying this mode so far?
Now move fast. This will get messy.
I like this mode better than the BR.
One kill so far.
One kill so far?
Okay.
Secure a bomb.
This is fucking audio. Oh shit. Oh.
Guy on us, by the way. They're gonna plant. Oh, whole team pushing in. Damn. Okay.
It's everywhere, it looks like. Oh, I slide. You get that kill. Oh, that's a kill.
Yeah, it takes a while to get used to controls.
Oh shit, team here. Up top, up high, up high.
Oh, guy down low.
Wow, that was quick. Man.
Alright. Guy right there across the way, by the way. Where are you? Oh no, he's right there on the ledge. You fuck. Wow. Okay then. Let me see that guy.
I run people over?
Definitely. Whoa, hello.
Oh boy.
This, yeah.
It's hard to drive stuff. Fuck do I get down?
X. Guy right in front of us, by the way. It's alright.
Pussies. Pussies! Oh my god, I'm getting sniped at, huh? Pussy! Oh, fucking laying down like a bitch. Oh, you got took, stupid!
There's a lot of people in this factory area.
Middle. Green.
Oh, no way. He's up there. Come on.
Middle. 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 Bunch of them.
Oh, no way. Yo.
Okay, spinning.
Like in a circle?
It's over. Your squad's RTU'd. Better luck next time.
contact! Enemy infantry engaging!
Let's rally on that RV point. Move!
Help's on the way. Watch their back. Got a new mission for you. Details on your map.
Make your way to that place!
Check your mission. Watch your back. Enemy has your lockstep.
Target marked. Fire for effect.